Good evening, everybody. I'm Infinite Dodge, joined by Orion. We are here to present to you, on behalf of Nameless, the CCS Diamond Lock-In Tournament here on this wonderful Friday. We got 3 huge games coming up for you. Orion, are you ready for all of this action?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to be once again casting the CCS, sponsored by Nameless this year. For the first time, the CCS is starting in the Diamond Split. We've partnered up with Nameless to bring you further production. We're only doing one stream tonight due to some producing issues. I think it was Ludi's PC went boom, unfortunately, so we're not quite able to do that one coming up. But yeah, we do have some pretty exciting matchups. Starting off with our first matchup of the night being the Amateur Worlds champions, Dorado Gaming Zeta versus the CCS winners of Goldfish Gaming's big brother, the Diamond team of the Goldfish Gaming.
Yeah, it's a bit of a revenge tour for Goldfish Gaming here to punish the, sort of do the big brother things, punish the bully, right? Zeta did beat the Plat team of Goldfish in NA Amateur Worlds at the Plat level, so this is a bit of a revenge tour chance, and it's especially important to see how Zeta looks here tonight, because they have done nothing but win tournaments this year, Orion. They won the Victorious Lock-In tournament. Yep. They won VRS Spring. They won Amateur Worlds, but they were 3-0'd out of VRS Summer Playoffs last night.
Yes, absolutely. Dorado Gaming definitely did have some very strong starts, but I will say this Zeta team was not really a Plat team from the start. They were basically D4, D3 team all the way through, so probably starting to play a little bit more some equal competition. So it could be catching back up to them. You never know exactly for sure. So unfortunately, they did get 3-0 last night in the VRS, but hopefully they're going to be able to turn around in the lock-in tournament just because, we're back to best of ones.
Yeah, and that is an environment where anything can happen. You prey on that chaos, you make the big plays, and you sort of try and get the mental advantage as much as possible. So we'll see if that does start with the draft, which should be rolling around in a few minutes here as soon as we get all of the team members into the lobby and get that one booted up. But Orion, have you been playing much since 1212B?
Yeah, I've actually been playing a decent amount of it. I've been playing competitively once again. I'm actually a part of the CCS as well in the Plat League for Wednesday's group, playing some top lane a little bit. And honestly, I think the meta is kind of in a pretty good place. I think there's a lot of very powerful champions. There's some scaling, there's some aggressive picks as well. So it's really kind of up to the team, depending on what exactly their type of style likes to play. And for Diamond Masters, like the higher and higher up you get, the champion pools start getting broader. The expertise in these champions start getting higher as well, a lot better mechanics, so you can actually start seeing teams being able to pull off multiple different comps instead of relying just on comfort as we see most Plat teams do.
Yeah, definitely so. That was a big point we did digest, or dissect rather, a little bit on VRS last night, was the difference between theoretical draft wins and comfort draft wins, which at a Plat level, comfort does come up a lot more, but this is Zeta making the step up into that Diamond League where they maybe should have been all along, so we'll see. They default to comfort if they go for something a little bit more spicy in terms of the strategy and how the rest of the teams in their path can deal with it. You want to break down the bracket a little bit here and how the structure of this lock-in tournament here this Friday is going down?
Yeah, sure. So basically, the lock-in tournament is going to be a best-of-1 tournament. We're going to play a maximum of 4 games tonight here if you keep on winning every single game. Basically, all it is going to be a best-of-1, single round, you just kind of blow through the tournaments. Obviously, some of the higher-ranked seeds are coming through, are playing a little bit later in the night, and we've got some of our lower-ranking teams playing up in these first matches, which is why we're seeing Goldfish Gaming and Dorado Gaming Zeta play in our first match tonight. As we're going to continue seeing a lot of these teams that we've probably seen before. If you are a fan of the CCS, PG Rajan has a lot of the former Plat players that were some of the higher ranking members. Like you got Puffzone, Sultan, Yolveric, Philly B. They're all members, and I think Snow Life as well is also on that team. So a lot of high ranking members. You've also got Elementals Frost, who is I think it was No Org Frost, a big team in RA that saw some pretty major success. That team as well. Also seeing a different CB team. It's CB's Starlight, who I think that team has Daydream and No Attack on that team as well. So a lot of members that a lot of people in stream tonight should recognize.
Yeah, that is hype. I did not realize Daydream was going to be playing tonight. That's always a fun thing to see. But we have our higher seeded teams, of course, they get a bye into the
Mhm.
second round. So that would be the likes of CB Starlight and Iconic Ascendants at our 1 and 2 seed coming in here. And then we're going to be starting with the first round where you have your 8 through 10 seeds. Raijin, Chaz It Up, Dorado Zeta, and Goldfish
Mhm.
Gaming as we do get here in game one. So we will see if they can climb the ladder, so to speak, and ascend up to the finals here tonight. But it should be a pretty fun lock-in once it does get
Yep.
down to business, as I do believe that is the signal that we have the draft link production. Can we confirm? We have a draft link at the very least. We're rolling with something here, all right.
We do have a draft link. I do think we are slowly getting some ready checks, I believe, from both teams. Both teams are currently in lobby. Hopefully, we're going to get going very, very quickly. Um, but yeah, honestly, like I know I'm really curious to see kind of what the meta is going to be for Diamond. I mean, we've seen both Wednesday and Thursday, both plat teams kind of developing a bit of a type of like kind of narrative already. We saw a lot of Azirs, a lot of Corkis, a lot of Udyrs in the jungle as well. We did see a little bit of Wukong Volibear, but those champions are slowly kind of falling down a little bit. But we'll have to wait and see if those champions are still kind of able to stay relevant. And we'll have to wait and see like what kind of the style is going to be the rest of the way.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of Azir players, I know Shima, or rather, I should say Shimuwu. Please change the name back. I'm so tired of the Shimuwu shenanigans. But Shimuwu over there on Zeta, goated Azir player, goated with the sauce for sure. And the Wukong, definitely an interesting one, right? Because as you point out,
Mhm.
along with the Volley Bear, has taken some nerfs after being at the cream of the crop of the jungle meta for so many weeks now, post durability update. And we saw, I think, Wukong lose both games that showed up in LCK this morning in the Gen GT1 series. So at the highest level, Wukong maybe not performing at the same, first pick blue side rate we expect it to recently. But speaking of first picks and first bans, we are underway, Orion, and it's Darius taken off the board here by Goldfish Gaming to start us off.
We are underway, and for most people, you're probably thinking, "Wait, why is Darius being banned already? Like, this is kind of weird." But we kind of talked about a little bit how if you are a fan of the CCS, you'll recognize that Goldfish Gaming does have two returning members from the Plat team. You have Peanut in the top lane, and you have Okami in the mid lane. And Peanut is mostly a tank player up in that top half of the map, and Darius is one of those champions that can just run over tanks, and especially in the hands of Fireflans as well. This guy is a monster on the Darius. So definitely giving them respect they deserve. Dorado also betting away the Senna, a very powerful B1 pick as well. Very, very flexible champion. You can throw anything support with that thing, and it can still be a good pick. And so far, most of the bans are just respect bans on both sides, I think.
Yep, definitely looking a lot at Hey I'm Bean from the side of Zeta. They do not want to see any of these big meta 80 carries. And I include Seraphine in that, Orion, as that is the R3 ban, because that is a flex pick. It is a disgusting win rate right now. Three
Yes.
rolls, like 55%. Get that out of there. We don't want to see it. But the Viego are going to be the final takeaway on blue side. So we get a little bit of jungle, a little bit of top flex, but that would be a spicy one to first pick here.
It would be a very spicy B1 pick here for Goldfish Gaming. I know Peanut is a very confident Singed player, and it's going to be locked in here. And I'm curious to see if there's going to be like any like variation, because obviously Singed isn't like he could theoretically go support with like Predator and just run people down if they have a really bad match up top. But maybe that's why we see the Darius and the Gwen bans, because you just kind of eliminate some of those early threats that Singed can have. Olaf is a flex pick for both Coffee and Fireflans here in the top jungle duo, as we saw Coffee play it a lot in Amateur Worlds and obviously through the Victorious as well. But Fireflans is also an Olaf player. I do think Olaf is a better solo laner currently than he is in the jungle, just because of his lower clear speeds as he's been seeing recently due to his Q changes. But also Tristana pick as well. Tristana, is, in my opinion, is one of the underrated 80 carries of the current meta. Like, we've seen a lot of Senna, we've seen a lot of Ezreal, some Ziri as well. I think Tristana is pretty much up there as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the scaling, it does match the range that one of those picks gives you in the late game with that passive, but it does also offer some early all-in potential if you pair it alongside something like a Nautilus. But that's going to get a lot harder if this Ezreal does get locked in, can just arcane shift out of danger, especially if we see it get paired with the Karma or the Yumi, the types of enchanters that make it even safer, give it the movement speed. So definitely some respect being paid there from Goldfish towards the snowball potential of a Tristana, going to go with a very safe bot lane.
Yeah, but Ezreal Karma, very common 2v2 lane, very poke heavy. Honestly, like Ezreal isn't necessarily known as being a lane dominant champion, but with Karma, he very much can be. You can just play on the side of minions and just continuously throw down those mystic shots and just land so much Q poke. Ivern is actually locked in here for Dorado Zeta. So obviously, you know, if you're a fan of LS, this could be a flex pick into the mid lane for Shima. I'd be very surprised if it is. I would expect it to be going in the jungle here for Coffee. But yeah, honestly, like Ivern is a very good enabler. Like you have the champions like Tristana, like Olaf that kind of want to go in, they want to go crazy, and with the shield on top of them can very much make them even much more dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of Shirelia's Reverie, Ardent Sensor type buff ups, and all of a sudden that Olaf becomes pretty unstoppable. It sort of mitigates one of those weaknesses the Olaf has of the scaling, right, in the late game fights, lets him run people down, keep that ultimate going forever, because that's a change that Riot decided to make. But looking at the bans here in the second phase, we got Kindred taken off the board. I would assume that is a target ban at Mr. Drex. Not exactly a common meta jungler right now, but definitely does have the potential to pop off with all that mark scaling. Alistar as well, because technically speaking, you could flex over and support, but it's probably going to wind up in the jungle for Cafe. So not going to be that. They're still going to have to pay some respect down to that bot lane for the side of Goldfish.
Yeah, and honestly, like I would be very surprised if the support pick for Dorado isn't something that's very engage heavy. Like Ivern, like we said, is a really good facilitator. He's not super good by himself, but if you have someone engaging for him, you can put the shield on him. Not only does the shield give you a shield, but it gives you the slow as well, pops the extra damage when it explodes, and it's just really nice to have. And you know, they do have a like I said, run at you kind of composition, but you also need to be able to lock down the Ezreal coming through, which you know a very common pick of that would be the Nautilus or some form of like CC champion like Leona. You can follow the Ezreal's arcane shift with your E if he does it too early in some situations. So which both of them are open. Up and available. This also does kind of leave some flexibility open for your mid laner as well if you do pick support. Rakan, also a good champion at locking down Ezreal if you're able to get on top of him before or after he E's. And he will have the Olaf and the Ivern to kind of like connect the dots kind of with his ultimate coming through. So I do like the Rakan pick as well.
Yeah, for sure. That charm can be absolutely deadly if you are using it from out of vision, playing on bushes, setting up a little bit of a Fnatic ambush, but now it is up to Goldfish Gaming to round out their composition here. They could flex Karma and pick up Leona. It's known as the lane counter to the Rakan, but I don't know if they want to tango with the all-in lane of a Tristana early, so it will be the jungler picked up here. And this leaves them the solo lane in the mid lane, assuming it's not going to be the Karma flexed. They got to figure out what Okami wants here, and then it's going to be counterpick for Shima, which is exactly where you want it if you're Zeta, and that would be a bold one.
Yeah, Okami is a bit of a wild card. He basically just kind of plays whatever he wants. As my alarm's going off currently. I'm not really sure why. Infinite Dodge, take over, please.
Wake up time! The alarm just didn't want you to miss this amazing tournament we have. It's great, as we do have the hover coming through on the Akali, which would be so spicy for Shima. To see it slide in here, assassin v assassin matchup, Yone versus Akali would be very explosive. I don't know if it's necessarily the best response, but in a best of one tournament where it's win or go home, why not go big? And that is what Shima's gonna do, locking this in. I suppose it could also be Olaf mid, or they could just lane swap or shuffle to match up the melee with the melee. Who knows? Who knows how it's going to go down? Orion, what are you thinking about this very spicy Akali R5 counterpick?
Yeah, I think the Akali is fine. You have 4 champions that kind of like to go in and be very aggressive, kind of like not necessarily like pop-off champions, but also like be like style any type of champions. And Ivern is that champion to just kind of say, "Hey, I'll give you a shield and let you kind of pop off, and I'll try to stay as close to you as possible and be your friend." That's kind of Ivern's whole thing. Also like, with the Vi pick and the Yone pick as well, the Akali Shroud is a very annoying to deal with for honestly just both of those champions, because both those champions kind of have to be able to see you to really do a lot. Like the Vi, like you can't point and click someone you can't see. Yone, like obviously a lot of his damage you can still kind of do through the Shroud, but if you're just kind of randomly shooting your abilities through the Shroud, like it can be very, very tough to kind of deal with in that type of angle sometimes. So honestly, I think the Akali pick isn't like it's not like a very terrible pick. I do think it's one of those things that can be a very spicy pick if it can kind of get ahead and get rolling. Obviously, if it does fall behind, he can very easily just kind of get chain CC to death by the Vi and the Yone combo. Also, Vi is a very pocket pick here for Drex. He's a very big Vi player, so giving him a very strong champion that he's very confident in can definitely bring a new player like this to have a lot of success.
Yeah, for sure. You got to put your trust in the new generation here for Goldfish Gaming, as they have the promotions up from the Plat team that they want to see do well and pop off. And Vi was one they experimented with in Pro a little bit post durability update. We don't see it as much in the past few weeks, but in LPL, I know they were experimenting with it a whole lot. So it does definitely add in a lot to a composition that already has that Fate Sealed, right, from the Yone, the big AoE CC. You add in the point and click lockdown, really going to be effective there. Can follow the Tristana through a rocket jump, lots of favorable interactions, as we are just kind of waiting to see if anything gets flexed. I wouldn't expect. I feel like the draft was pretty straightforward in what we saw from the browser draft, but could change up a little bit. We will see. One thing that I think is definitely going to be hard for the Singed here around is surviving that early lane phase against the Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf will be fairly annoying, but to be fair, that's also what Singe is really good at, just being probably the most annoying champion in the game. Like, literally, one of the few rules of League of Legends is don't chase a Singed, right? It's like, I feel like everyone knows this, and it's very common ground for basically any League of Legends player or any League of Legends fan. So both champions, obviously, the Olaf will have the ability to slow him down repeatedly with the Q, but Olaf's damage early really isn't all that great. He becomes a very, very powerful mid-game champion, and if he's able to take the mid-game power and transition that to be able to be a very late-game focus, like he can definitely like run over this game, because he can very much completely nullify a lot of like the single burst combo of the Vi and the Yone with just his ultimate coming through. And if he gets really, really tanky, like if he has the Trinity Force, the Death Dance, like Starix Gauge, like it's like, how do you even kill this guy if he gets ahead?
Yeah, the same could be said of the Yone. It's a very annoying meta in terms of these AD champions that just take forever to bleed to death. But you know what? It's much more fun to watch than it is to play, so it should make for a great opening game here, as we do see the bot lanes going to be the final lock-ins here before we can get into that spectator delay and get underway. And yeah, no big surprises. Everything is where it would be expected to go. We know it's not a Yumi. You can't bait us, Kibbles. We've already seen this draft. We're too big brain for it. It's going to be the Rakan, as we did think. So just any closing thoughts before we do go into spectator delay in terms of the overall composition of both of these teams?
Yeah, I think, obviously, the bot lane is going to be a pretty exciting one to watch, because obviously the Ezreal and the Karma will kind of have the push, but Tristana Rakan definitely do have the ability to catch them out if they're not really paying attention, because what they can do is Tristana can jump first, and then Rakan can E1, and then if Karma or Ezreal, if they flash away or they use the Arcane Shift, Rakan can just follow with his Grand Entrance right afterwards, and Tristana will most likely still be in range to auto-attack someone. So I'm curious to see if that bot lane is going to be in the hands of Goldfish or Dorado Gaming Zeta. But typically, Dorado Gaming Zeta is a top side focused team. At least that's what they saw most of their success in Amateur Worlds with, when they end up when they won the entire thing. And usually, the top side of Goldfish Gaming, especially when they played the Plat League, specifically Peanut and Okami, were very much the rocks of this team. So I'm curious to see like if they're still going to be able to kind of continue that success into the Diamond League.
Yeah, it will be an interesting game to kick us off here for sure, and we will get into all of that action just on the other side of a short little break. So we will return in just a moment to get into it, and yeah, we'll see you then. All right, here we are. We have hit the rift for game number 1 of the CCS Diamond Lock-In Tournament presented by Nameless. I'm Infinite Dodge, joined by Orion. If you're just joining us, we got Goldfish Gaming Sacred against Dorado Zeta. Should be an absolute spice fest here. And not at level 1, though, because we just have a standard 5-point spread coming out.
Yeah, pretty standard five-point spread here, which, to be fair, when you're playing a best of one, like a lock-in type of tournament, like if you try to do an invade level 1 and it fails miserably, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, like it just FF,
well,
like,
tournament's over.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like so, it's like it's pretty respectful for both teams to kind of just take it easy, like don't lose the game at level 1, basically. And I do have to point out, Dorado, they were having a lot of success, but all of a sudden things have slowly been coming crash and burn, right? Like we saw, I think it was the 2 plat teams for Dorado get punched out very early at the plat lock-in tournaments. Like you mentioned, they lost in VRS just recently. So, hopefully they're kind of this team, this team is used to winning. They're used to kind of playing at a very high level, and they've already beat a couple of these members already of Peanut and Okami. So they should feel pretty confident going into this one, but you still kind of have to keep in the back of their mind, like they recently just got 3-0'd. So will they still kind of be able to kind of keep up that level of play?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, right, they got 3-0'd last night in the grudge match, the replay of the VRS Spring Finals over on Victoris against Oasis Esports Cloud was the rematch they had last night, and they got 3-0'd. So it's another rematch of sorts here, playing against the Elder team, the Diamond team of Goldfish, who they beat in the Plat Amateur Worlds with a couple of those Plat players, as you already pointed out. So they're 0 for 1 on grudge matches this week. We'll see if they can bring that record up a little bit here, as it's going to be some early trading from Kibbles just to proc that support item. Nothing too crazy happening yet.
Yep, nothing too crazy happening here. Obviously, both bot lanes are going to fight for level 2 here pretty early, which obviously I think it's a little bit more important that Rakan and Tristana hit level 2 here, because the poke can come through. Also, Ezreal does have access now to Arcane Shift, so he probably won't realistically get hit by Rakan E as long as he's paying attention to his character in some shape, form, or fashion. As we are seeing, both junglers are pathing towards the top side of the map, except Ivern's doing something a little bit different. He has most just prepped his camps on the bottom side of the map and went straight back up to his red buff to kind of just secure that one away with his smite. So he's going to go back down and clear those camps. So, I'm curious to see if Goldfish is going to actually know whether or not he's going to be on the bot side of the map, because if they're not aware, they could potentially go for a play if they were to push in this lane and have the minion wave bounce back to them. And in some shape, form, or fashion, the Ivern could be in their wave. But for so far, the wave is just going to be slowly pushed into the lane, and they're not really going to be worried about too much because, Goldfish, they recognize that Drex is on the top half of the map doing his blue buff, so there's no real reason for them to get aggressive down there either.
Yeah, for sure. I think it comes down to the Tristana, right, has this inherent wave push because of the passive on the E, and you don't want to use too much of the Karma abilities to help push that wave back out. You want to save it for the poke in particular, and I think they are just happy, Goldfish Gaming right now, to let it push in a little bit and maybe try and get Joker and Kibbles overextended, but Shin was not going to be overextended, just going to be Mr. Drex coming in to help finish shoving that wave to secure a nice reset for Okami. So really no action yet to speak of, because that's the post-durability update world we live in, although Firefly is trying to get a little bit frisky, trying to find the fully stacked Conqueror, trying to go under Tarp. That's a nice zone of grounding coming out from Peanut there. That sticky substance going to be keeping Fireflies at bay, but now we have a 3-man play into bot side. That's going to be the Mantra Q and the Flash forced, so a nice little series of play on both sides of the map for Dorado.
Yeah, nicely well done there by Fireflies, punishing Peanut. Obviously, Peanut, he could have potentially flung him there, but the fling could have also killed him, as he was going to basically fling him even closer to him in more melee range. Also, up there by Kibbles, forcing Forlorn there to flash away. We kind of talked about how, the Rakan W can come through, and then the guaranteed CC of Cafe on the Ivern Q as well basically guarantees a likely death, because Tristana can get the reset on her jump if she chooses to jump first, which is also a slow when that does land come through. But yeah, so far, not really much has happened. Fireflies is looking to go aggressive. Peanut's out of position, no flash.
Yeah, he has the W shield as well, so he just lasts for so long. As Peanut popping the Ghost, trying to outrun it, but you're not outrunning the Olaf today, as Kibble's forced to E-flash back. The rocket jump follow. Do they have the CC off the Vi? Yes, they do. That's Bean picking it up here in the bot lane. So one on the top side, one on the bot side, going in opposite directions. These teams already at each other's throats.
Yeah, but a little too aggressive there by Peanut going for that vision there because he does not have Flash. He opted in for the Ghost Ignite in the top lane to kind of basically like have a way of dealing with this Olaf potentially. That's why he kind of went for the Ignite. But yeah, put himself in a very awkward position. But good job by Mr. Drex and the bot lane of Goldfish Gaming to have an answer on the bot side of the map. I'm not really sure why Kibbles tanked the Vi Q coming through because he had already flashed away, so there was no real way he was going to get out of that once the CC came through. He could have let Joker tank the CC and then flash away or just flash initially because he was already hugging the wall, so he didn't necessarily have to die for his AD carry there. He could have let his AD carry use his summoner spells.
Sometimes that instinct from a support gets in its own way, right? You're so trained to get down Mr. President, the AD carry, that you don't let them take the hits they have to take. So it is going to be Kibbles paying the price there, but Joker keeps both sums. It is Flash Exhaust on both these AD carries, which should prove spicy, but one thing that's definitely interesting to me is the lead that Fireflans has opened up around this top side. 20 CS with the wave being pushed in yet, so more for him to collect. This Olaf pick paying big dividends in the early game.
Yes, it really is. Building up a pretty massive CS lead, already up about 17. He still has about 5 or 6 to pick up here, and he's level 6 to level 5.
Yeah, he's just immune to CC now. Peanut, what are you doing, buddy? This isn't what you want to do. I mean, you can say don't chase the Singe, but when you have an E button that just executes him, that's not really an axiom that holds true anymore. So Firefly's popping off, man.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, this Singe is basically just papered now, but Joker going aggressive once again.
Yeah, he does have the bind, does Forlorn to try and save himself, but it is just going to go down. The 80 carry of being forced to Arcane Shift back, but does save the Flash, but Zeta now really feels like they're rolling. They're finding success all over the place. Going to pick up another kill on that bot side, get Joker on the board. Things looking real nice.
Yeah, and then that's the issue when you lose your Flash's Karma there, because the Tristana can always just jump first, basically Goomba stomp you on top of your head, and there's just nothing you can do about it because Rakan can follow afterwards. And if Tristana is able to reset her W with the explosive charge that she gets with her E, it's just a guaranteed kill almost every single time. So yes, this Karma Ezreal lane can be a very powerful lane, but if you lose your summoner spells early to an exchange, it can just become almost unplayable in certain situations. But now we still got to talk about this top lane matchup here because we saw Singed, as we are getting a bit of a top lag here coming through for Peanut of Goldfish Gaming is the reason why we're currently paused.
Top lag.
I know. Unfortunately, it could be keyboard lag. It could be mouse click lag. Could be internet. Not really sure. But yeah, like this top lane matchup is not going super great for him. And this is B1, right? Goldfish was like, this pick is the best pick we have for B1 coming through. And Firefly is just saying, you know what? I don't care. Like, I smacks you around in Amateur Worlds as we're getting right back into game here very, very quickly. Not very much of a lag coming through for Peanut. So all good and dandy there in this game. But yeah, this was their main pick on B1, and it is just not working out for him. And it's already a 2K gold lead at the 8-minute marker.
Yeah, I have a feeling a lot of that's going to be coming through the CS lead in the top side as we do have the customary freeze after a pause because Riot clients are very well assembled for a small indie company. But yeah, it's very interesting to me that Peanut decided to go with the Conqueror here. Singed mostly took early game nerfs, right? They sort of reallocated this power budget, nerfed his ultimate early, and then shifted some more power into it at rank 3. Whereas Conqueror inherently a scaling rune. You're basically saying, I'm taking a champion whose power budget's now in the late game as Joker, maybe going to get bounded out, but does find the rocket jump out. Basically saying, I'm going to play this champion that's very weak in the early game right now in general and take a rune that does nothing for him early. And Fireflan says, give me Olaf, I will snowball this lane to heck and back. And it's already happening so far.
Yeah, and Olaf's power just keeps growing, right? Because they put a lot of the damage back in, most kind of back end, and he also kind of has the Ragnarok ability that just kind of keeps going as long as you're continuously auto attacking something or using your E on somebody. So very, very powerful ability nowadays. As we're seeing a bit of a bait here by Forlorn, you can see him posturing very, very aggressively. He does have flash now though, as we're seeing the Vi charge up that Q, but doesn't want to go too aggressively. Joker does have the flash, so he would be able to flash away. But Vi is now level 6. She does have the point-and-click cease and desist, as an ability. It's a very powerful point-and-click ability, and with the bot lane pressure they do have, regardless of the kill going on to early, they are able to pick up the dragon here as Root does land. No one's really around to help them, so they could go kind of aggressive.
Yeah, Cafe trying to get that Daisy knockup coming through, but might just eat too much poke than it was worth. No, they have the blast cone, they get on out. That was like a stare down. Teams daring each other to do something, but no real consequence from it. The consequence ultimately will be one Hextech Drake for the side of Goldfish. But with this bot lane prio they've been able to generate so far on the side of Zeta with the pushing Tristana, I wouldn't be surprised to see them equalize that up when this Mountain Drake does hit the Rift in 4.5 minutes. Maybe they'll bring down Fireflames at that point as well, who is staying Mundo ahead, or they could go for a Rift Herald play on the cross map. The options still abound for them.
Yeah, and so the issue I guess the resolution that Goldfish is kind of trying to deal with this Olaf is that they send the Yone into the lane actually against it. So, Peanut is laning mid lane. Mid lane is a lot shorter of a lane. You can't necessarily get as run down in the lane. And, Akali, she does still have that kill pressure. She is still very, very, she can still 1v1 you very, very easily. And, you're Singed, and you only have an M-Fine Tome and Boots. So the champion can still very easily die to basically anyone. So right now he's basically just going to be a punching bag for Dorado Gaming Zeta basically until he's able to get items. But he's only got the 45 CS right now, so buying items is going to be pretty hard for him, I gotta say.
Indeed, as Joker, I don't know if he just doesn't... Yeah, there it is, the rocket jump going to buffer through the CC there, just saving it. But that is going to be a Herald take, started up for the side of Zeta. And they have a nice defensive vision line as well all around the jungle entrance to this top river, so it is just going to be without contest. That is going to be Shelly picked up into the back pocket of Cafe here, who's gotten through the rough bit on the Ivern, right? You would expect Ivern into Vi, maybe you can get invaded a little bit early, not really able to defend yourself, but we're to 11 minutes. He's near that mythic already. He has the Bandle Glass Mirror, so things really looking good for Zeta as this game scales on.
Oh, Joker,
yeah,
3-1.
That's the all-in with the bomb. Look at that damage, the reset, the ult back. Forlorn has nowhere to go except to flash into enemy territory, but it leaves your AD carry all in his lonesome, charmed up, knocked up, ignited, forced to flash for Bean, but no kills actually coming through. They haven't gone back for the Karma. Now here comes the buy, the cease and desist with the True Shot Barrage over the top. It's going to be Kibbles taking that grand entrance to make it a grand exit as Joker rocket jumps out, and that was so many cooldowns for no result, really.
Yeah. I don't know how, not a single kill happened there, funny enough, because we saw the initial jump from Joker basically pulling an insect there on Tristana there, trying to buffer back into Kibbles there. But Karma, very good awareness just to flash over the wall, and instead of going aggressively onto the Karma over the wall, they decided to go aggressively towards Ezreal. And Ezreal has Arcane Shift. He has abilities to kind of get away as Fireflans and Okami still going back and forth. And Fireflans did use his ultimate there, so Okami could look for the trade. He does have his fate sealed up and available here. So the chain CC you can have with Yone with Q3 and the ultimate could definitely pop a kill here, which is why we're seeing Fireflans just reset. He's going to TP right back to lane. But at the same time, though, he has purchased that Triforce, so he is very much online in this game. Definitely look for him to kind of run over this game. As we see the Herald spawn in the mid lane, Shima is having to back off, though, so they are only going to get the plates onto the Ivern here. 320 gold there, no local gold being tapped. They're still trying to walk forward, be aggressive here, but no real way to dive this tower. Towers are still a little bit too OP.
Poor Peanut, bro. He walks up, he gets the Sticky Substance out, but what is it going to result in? Like, you're sitting on a Blasting Wand Corrupting Potion. Really nothing of threat coming out from this Singed right now, so that is just going to be that Herald Crash, as you do point out there. Going to be a nice little bit of gold in Cafe's back pocket, so we will see if that results in a finished support mythic soon. Interested to see if it's going to be the Moonstone or the Shirelias or what will be the Moonstone picked up on the base, so that's going to be even more healing on top of that W healing for Fireflans. Can let him tank through these fights for so long. The advanced vision that was put down, going to give him the signal. Does have to burn the ghost to get away from the Vi, but nothing going over for Drax.
Yeah, it does. He did use the ghost because Ragnarok was about 10 or so seconds from being off of cooldown there, so didn't really want to risk potentially giving away his 200 gold shutdown there, which I mean, he is a completed mythic, right? It's a completed mythic to a couple of pieces for both Vi and Okami, so if he had ultimate, I would assume he would have potentially looked for that kind of play, but decided to go against it, which I agree with. Better safe than sorry in that situation, so with that pressure, they are able to kind of get a little bit of the dragon started up here, and Tristana already has that lane pushed up. And kind of like you mentioned earlier, the fact that since they have the gold lead, even though Goldfish got the first dragon, they're probably going to be able to get the rest of the dragons all the way through, assuming they're able to keep this lead, as Kibbles does go, landing the grand entrance there onto Hey I'm Bean. But with Ezreal in the game, Arcane Shift is rather easy. You can buffer basically any ability in the game, and he's able to be safe and sorry. Just be safe.
Yep. It's a bit of a nothing burger for Kibbles on this engage. I think it really is going to be all about using the charm off of the Battle Dance, try and find him out of vision, because it's the only way you're going to see him layered long enough to keep that Arcane Shift from just spoiling the party. As we see Forlorn backed up here, which is something you never really see with supports at the plat level. The gold level. Normally supports die for vision all the time, but Drex is actually here to make sure that's not a huge punish. Now engaging onto Cafe, who has Daisy out, but here comes Kibbles to back it up. The binding, the cease and desist, going to find it, but that is the true shot barrage, not actually finding very much damage at all. Leaves Joker ready, willing, and able to get the damage down, but does not find the rocket jump out. In the meanwhile, on the top side, Fireflan's trying to chase down Okami under turret, but that's the Fate Sealed actually not finding anything at all through the Ragnarok, but the fighting just doesn't end. Drex ticking down the flash of Shima over the wall to find him. Now the R2 back into the Shroud for the double kill, and that is a 2 for 3 in favor of Zeta on two fronts, but they might not be done quite yet. Daisy's not going to find it.
Yep, not quite able to find it there, but still, that fight was pretty hectic on both sides there. We saw Forlorn basically trying to just do a bit of a bait, like we saw just going, like saying, hey, like I'm clearing a ward by myself, like you can come kill me at any point, but Vi was basically sitting right around the corner, right in his back pocket, and they were able to get the cease and desist onto Cafe there, which actually interrupted Kibbles on his initial quickness, so he wasn't quite able to get there in time to save Cafe from taking a lot of damage, but Joker did see his opportunity to try to burst out Hey I'm Bean, but with the exhaust available for both AD carries, he was able to survive the initial burst that Tristana does have. They were able to pick up that kill, but as the fight continued, we saw Shima just kind of take over that mid lane fight. I believe he picked up 2 kills there. Yep, did pick up 2 kills there, and we also saw Fireflans with another solo kill on the top side of the map as well. Hello, Infinite? Are you here, my guy?
Oh, my bad. Mic was muted. went to take a sip of water and muted my mic and didn't hit the cough button. Don't mute it. Apologies, but yeah, I'm back. Shima has that Riftmaker now finished off the back of those 2 kills, so going to do even more damage when it comes to stacking up over the course of a long fight like we just saw. So definitely something to be looked out for as. Per usual, these solo laners of Dorado Zeta really proving to be the big difference makers in carrying through these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is definitely in the hands of Fireflans and Shima. And, you know, to be honest, these are the 2 champions that Ivern really wants to be helping out in terms of putting the shields on, helping them be aggressive, and just continuously looking to go forward and deal as much damage as possible. We talked about how Olaf, if he gets ahead, who can actually kill this guy when he presses Ragnarok and just presses Ghost, right? And he's building Death Dance. He's probably also gonna have Sterix with the Ivern shield as well. This guy is not gonna take hardly any damage if they do try to do any CC onto him. And he's not really the only one to worry about. You still have Akali flying forward, trying to do the perfect execution as well. You have Tristana jumping forward, and you have Rakan following up as well. So it's going to be pretty hard for Goldfish to kind of deal with these guys the next couple of minutes, I would say, with the Dragon and the Baron being a bit of a formality if they don't kind of slow down Dorado in any shape, form, or fashion.
For sure. It's two fronts that they can choose to attack here. Objectives on both sides of the map, and I can't see a world in which Goldfish Gaming could really win a 5v5 or come out on top of a split map situation. One way or the other, Zeta's going to get what they go for. So definitely a rough situation with this 4K gold lead here at just about 20 minutes. We'll have to see maybe a pick come through on the side lane for Goldfish Gaming. It is the Rylai's finish for Peanut, so going to be offering something now in the fights with the AoE slow, but Fireflans has Ragnarok, right? Fireflans has Ghost. As much as you don't want to chase the Singe because of the damage, the CC isn't really going to be affecting him too much.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, Fireflans at this point in the game, if he sees anybody and they're slightly out of position, as long as it's not Ezreal, or if a champion that can get over terrain rather easily, he can very easily just sprint at them and kill them with the Ghost and even Ragnarok, basically on repeat, because Ragnarok, the second you use it, if you're sprinting towards someone, it's also a movement speed buff as well, so you do kind of get that extra oomph in terms of running at somebody. As you know, Peanut, he's trying to get some CS down here, but he is only one down here, as we already saw Shima use that E onto the mini wave here. But like we said, Dragon is going to be a bit of a formality here, probably the next couple of Dragons, as long as the gold league just kind of stays even. I'm curious to see what Goldfish's next move is going to be, because at some point they're going to have to do something to get themselves back into the game here. As we are seeing the Rift Trail being popped here, and the bot side of the map, as we're seeing, you know, most of Goldfish's members being delegated up to the top side of the map, but they're probably not going to get the top tower because Fireflies just TPs top tower and says, hey, I'm here, come fight me.
Oh, it's a horror. It's an absolute horror for Goldfish. They don't get anything here. They lose the cross map. They didn't even try and bait a Baron where their vision control is good. As Fireflame has the Ragnarok, so that last breath, or rather the Fate Seal, doesn't do anything, and now it's Forlorn who's forced to flash here. He's kept the ultimate going this whole time. Now finally it has expired, and the Cease and Desist will find it, but it doesn't find the kill, because Fireflame just tanks through everything with the W, with the Trinity Force, building up the attack speed, finding the lifesteal, chasing down Bean, but he will finally be found thanks to the exhaust. No! He's still alive! Are you kidding me? He's trying to chase down the AD carry as well. Can he get it? No! He gets away with a sliver, but look at the bot side. His team, meanwhile, takes the tier 2. They come out so ahead there.
Oh my goodness, we talked about how this Olaf champion, when he gets ahead and gets rolling, he's just gonna run over your team. And at the same time that we saw the bot side of the map there, they just got so much of an advantage. I believe that was 3 towers in the bot side, Rift Herald usage there, doing such a good work. As we see the replay here coming through, you know, the Vi ultimate was able to land there onto Fireflans there, but just the power of Olaf, the last second shield here of the W provides so much of that extra life steal as well, the auto attack reset as well. But nice job by being able to get the shutdown there onto Fireflans there, innately giving him a bit of an extra gold. But I gotta say it, I don't know if it's gonna matter at this point. This guy, like, he's 6-1. He's got an Ivern back pocket, basically the same thing you would say for a Mercy player in this game, and this guy is just going to run you over.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit GG, but stranger things have happened. Bigger comebacks have occurred, although Goldfish Gaming really going to have to prey on the comeback at this point, because as we've hammered home so many times, this is a one-and-done tourney, right? This is a weekday night block-in tournament, so it's not best of 3s. This is their one shot, so they're going to have to find something, and they're trying to do it by going onto Cafe, but Daisy's there to block it out. True Shot Barrage finds no damage. There's a Cease and Desist onto 2 members, though, but look at all the mobility. Kibble just follows his team out past the rocket jump. Yone trying to chase to find the kill. Okami under the tier 2 snap, so far back, but look at Shima on the flank. Here it comes, stacking it up with the E. Still has the Shroud, but gets shut down before he can turn it on. Now it's Cafe trying to find some CC to set things back up. Fireflans is here, but they get out scot-free.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Shima just didn't have his Shroud or what. I don't know why he just decided to go in without that ability. That's the one ability that a colleague gets to use, to where you just can't take hardly any damage. But yeah, they weren't. It was a 1-for-0 trade there for Goldfish, despite the fact that Dorado did such a good job of actually basically getting away from the initial Vi ultimate and the Fate Seal as well coming through. So well done by Dorado initially, but Shima just kind of gave him a donation.
Yeah, and that is going to hurt, but the economy still in welly. Wow, that's vocabulary. The economy's still front and center for Dorado here in terms of advantage. They have 5K. Haven't really lost too much gold on the exchange. It's going to be a second item coming through for Shima, despite the little bit of the Incies moment there. So has that Void Staff, going to be cutting through some of those magic resist items that could get picked up here as we move forward. But yeah, it's definitely not what you want to see in that situation coming from your star mid laner. Hoping for a bit more consistency in those team fights to come, and I'm sure Shima will have plenty of chances to prove that this Akali pop-off is well justified in the fights to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We still got a mint to spawn here for Drag, so obviously, you know, that one kill in the grand scheme of things doesn't really mean a whole lot here for Shima in terms of like the overall like game aspect of what we're currently looking at. That one kill is definitely not shifting this game at all towards Goldfish's favor. I think, you know, in some of these team fights, you know, if they are somehow able to deal with the Olaf and they're kind of able to like kill him first and then use their CC onto the other targets, they can potentially win a fight. But you have to break through all of Olaf's HP, his shield, and Ivern's shield as well. And Fireflans is getting closer and closer to Steric's Gauge. So not only will he have a W shield, he'll have a Steric shield, he'll have an Ivern shield, and not a single shield break item yet, as we are seeing actually a lot of damage dealt here onto Drex by Joker. TP coming in too!
Yeah, and the flank, the grand entrance battle dance from Kibble's going to find the charms. Here comes Joker to find Drex, but the redemption's pretty good, and it's going to be Okami going deep, but not going to find anything. The shield bow does pop, but ticking so low anyways. The double kill already picked up for Joker, getting the resets, getting the jumps, just continuing to Goomba stomp on him. Now Shimo following with the second stage R, but they're not going to chase through the Singe. They're not going to make the rookie mistake. The Windrake is up and available, ready to be taken, and they have a 5v3 on the map. No reason not to go down there and put themselves on Soul Point.
Yeah, just Goldfish does not have the damage currently to deal with the lead that Goldfish currently has, unfortunately. You know, as we are seeing, you know, Heian Bean, he is trying to get a little bit aggressive onto Shima because, you know, the rest of the members of Dorado are getting themselves onto Soul Point here, which happens to be a Cloud Soul coming through, which will honestly help the entire composition of Dorado so much because a lot of their champions kind of rely on movement speed, like Olaf, even Akali, even like Rakan when he pops quickness, like he is gonna fly at Mach 10 towards some of these members. So yeah, the Cloud Soul is definitely a huge pickup here for Dorado. It just helps them like run them down so much easier. And even though, you know, we have the mobility that they kind of do have, they have Singed movement speed, Ezreal, Arcane Shift. If you have the Cloud Soul, I don't even think you can outrun even with terrain coming through. So definitely kind of spelling a bit of doom here for Goldfish Gaming if that dragon does get locked in. But honestly, it's already kind of looking really doomed just because of the sheer amount of gold that they have and a little bit of lack of damage because some of the items that have not quite been purchased yet by Goldfish Gaming.
Yeah, they finally do get their last mythic in the line, so they have 1.5 items, or no, I'm sorry, they don't have their last mythic in line. Demonic Embrace can feel like a mythic sometimes because it's pretty powerful, but that's actually still the mythicless Singe, which to be fair is standard on Singe, right? There's not a lot of mythics in the game that are so good that you would rush them on Singe, so Rylai's Demonic going to be very synergistic for him, but no Riftmaker or Leandries or what have you quite yet, so definitely still feeling the wallet diff is Goldfish here against Zeta's lead, as it's it's not a lot to talk up for Goldfish. I'm looking for that positive angle, but
Yeah.
the vision is so deep now for Zeta around that top side. It's 3 minutes until the Windrake comes back up, and they basically have their choice of neutral objective to take. They have all of their tier 1 turrets still standing, so there's no deep vision for Goldfish. It just feels like the map is so firmly in their control.
Yeah, and I will say the one kind of thing for Goldfish is if production is able to kind of pan over towards the gold section of the graph, if you look at it, it's basically mostly Olaf in terms of like the actual thing. He is sitting at like almost close to 4K, actually like 3.5K gold lead here, and it's only actually so Firefly's going once again.
Yeah, we're seeing that gold lead in action, and it does force out the flash and the Fate Sealed from Okami, so that's gone. Count those teamfight tools out for the Baron, for the Dragon, whatever comes up next, but maybe it could be Kibbles caught out, supports getting wards and getting killed. common occurrence, but not going to happen this time because Rakan's just so dang mobile. But here comes the cease and desist. Cafe absolutely bursted out, even through all the shielding, nothing to be found. But here's the redemption for his AD carry in the 1v4. Drex could be picked off in the back end if they can catch him, but he is running like heck with that Karma speed up, so nothing to be found there. And another uncontested pick coming on through for Goldfish. They're trying to keep themselves in it. They're trying to claw their way back.
Yeah, and it's definitely a good sign for Goldfish here. Obviously, trying to do their best to get picks, not around Olaf, because honestly, I think Olaf at this point in the game is kind of unkillable, in my opinion. It might take all 5 members, and they might not even kill them with all 5. But they were able to get the pick off there onto Cafe there, not having flash available, and with the cease and desist, point and click CC, they were able to secure that kill. So good job by Goldfish, still being active at the game, still trying to make some plays happen. But, you know, the fourth Dragon Soul point is spawning in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and Goldfish is gonna have to find a way to either get in the fight, win the fight, or just steal the drag and hope that they don't get the Baron off of it at this point, because realistically, winning a fight is probably not going to happen. You still need to kind of try to catch up with some of your items. Ezreal is on 3 items, so he is kind of close to par, but everyone else is just not quite there for Goldfish Gaming. So if Heian Bean is able to carry this fight, then Goldfish do have a chance of winning it away, because he is playing Ezreal. Ezreal does have those pop-off moments. So it's just continuous damage with Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot if he's able to land them over and over. But realistically, Olaf and Akali should just be running you down in most of these fights. So he's going to have to position very, very well in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that is available for Goldfish that does give them a little bit of a snowball's chance is Drex does have that flash smite available, but look at this fight coming through. Okami once again forced to burn the ult defensively in the side lane, and now it could be the jungler caught out. Drex was trying to position for the steal for the Q in, smite, flash out, but just going to get caught in their own jungles. The True Shot Barrage connects with all of absolutely nothing. It's going to be more some Splash as Fireflame comes in. He can't get bound up, but now he's isolated on the wrong side of the wall. Gets flung back, couldn't keep the ultimate going. Can he live with the Starix Gauge, with this W healing? Yes, he can. He's still there as Joker goes on the killing spree. Look at them chase the champions down into the tier 2 cafe. Where's your health bar? Not going to expire. The healing is crazy off the Moonstone. Ivern keeps everybody on the Rift and ready to go collect the dragon.
Oh, that fight was actually really incredibly close here, and Drex is still alive. He does have the Q. He's gonna look for it.
Yeah, can't find it. Goes over the wall to his own death. It was a well-deserved attempt at this game state. You have to try there because you can't afford to give over double Uber buffs, which now will be collected. That's going to be Dragon Soul and most likely this Baron here for Zeta.
Yeah, it is going to end up being the Baron here because the fact that Drex went for the steal there, that does sacrifice his life, and with the jungler being dead, and most of the members of Goldfish as well, this Baron is going to end up being a formality here for Dorado Gaming Zeta, and this is going to be basically the nail in the coffin here for Goldfish Gaming, most likely. Now you have a 10k gold lead, basically, almost. Sorry, 9k gold lead coming through here for Dorado Gaming Zeta, and they have basically all the tools to really start pushing into the base and start really basically just full-on destruction mode of these inner towers and probably even the inhibitors as well. I'm not sure if they'll have enough time to really destroy the entire base unless they win a fight. But the wave clear on Goldfish Gaming is pretty limited. It's basically only Ezreal that can realistically hit these minions. So if they're able to just kind of run at them with Olaf, because they do have that Cloud Soul, then they could just outright win the game with this Baron.
Yeah, Ezreal might be able to stay at a safe range to hit the minions, but outside of that, True Shot Barrage, definitely not known for the wave clear. Doesn't have the pushing power of something, say, like the Tristana, so it could be all she wrote from here as the siege does begin. Kibble's going to eat some poke from his opposite member, but can just walk on out with the help of this Cloud Rift. Gets that movement speed started, is now Drex in the midst of multiple members trying to find the lockdown, and that will be the shutdown onto Joker. The redemption coming in, though. The rest of the team, can they find the avenging off of the quickness? Oh, Fireflands wasn't there. That's all of your gold lead, really. Now they're going back in, though. Shima continuing to stack up, going to set it up onto Peanut, who does fall, so that is the trail taken out. Those are the slows gone. That's Okami snapping back to a bad position as Shima, R2, Flash going after him, and look at Fireflands continuing to try and find the rundown. These undertows just continuing to slow out these members. He can't die under turret, despite the fact he's exhausted. They're putting so much into shutting him down, but he's with the triumph feeling as Bean desperately trying to kite it against the Akali, but it's not gonna happen, and this is going to be the inhibitor turret at least falling down.
Oh my god. Like I said, this champion is just unkillable with the items that he has, also with the pocket Ivern just constantly shielding him over and over again. And you know, that was a straight up 3 versus 5. Like, the bot lane of Dorado just outright just died very, very early. Nice pickoff attempt, but they had to use a lot of those tools just to kill those 2 members. And Shima and Firefly said, hey, we can win this very, very easily as long as we just land our abilities and do what our champions are meant to do here. But with that fight taking as long as it did, they aren't able to get too much to the base. They do get 2 inhibitors here. They're not quite able to push as far as they'd probably like to into some Nexus towers because, you know, while this game is pretty far out of hand, if the Elder does spawn and the Elder goes to Goldfish Gaming miraculously, they can theoretically win a fight regardless of gold lead, because that's just how powerful the Elder Dragon can be in some of these fights. So, you know,
it's okay, guys. We scale. Flip for Elder, copium.
It's a 5% chance here for Goldfish. You know, but you know, trying to do some type of advantage here for Goldfish. Oh, Fireflands does have to use the Ragnarok to get away, though.
Yeah, that's something. It would have been nice to find a pick on the side lane. Definitely would have given you some more hope in a potential comeback, but that's going to be Okami going over the wall with the Q3 as the True Shot Barrage used just to try and pester Dorado, keep them from sieging as hard onto this tier 2, but they're really going for it. This is the last lane of pressure they need to unlock. They have supers barreling down mid and bot. Now it's Okami going to find the Q3 over the wall, but will snap back into place. The wave clear is pretty decent from Zeta. But they aren't going to be able to get that wave into turret as they're going pretty deep with Daisy here. They know it's so hard to kill these members. As look at the health bars getting chunked out. Joker picking up the first kill. Now the charm coming out. That ultimate from Okami really didn't accomplish too much of anything. His plans continue to chase them down under the turret. Again, are you kidding me? Fireflands flancing all over their face as he does. Joker gonna find the cleanup with the hop over the wall. That should just be it. The ace is clean. The game is theirs. Marching into the base are Dorado Zeta. They will be moving on up. They will take it here in game 1.
There it is. Dorado Gaming Zeta picking up the first win of the lock-in tournament here. Very well done by them. But yes, Fireflands was just a monster on this Olaf. Picking up right where he left off here from Amateur Worlds. You know, he kind of gave it to Goldfish in Amateur Worlds, and he's giving it right back to the big brother in this one.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It was everything we hoped it wouldn't be in Champ Select, right? We pointed out that Singed is going to have a hard time in that lane against Olaf. Olaf, very easy to snowball with. Singed, not so hot in the early game. It was not the most strategic brilliance from Goldfish to hedge it all on a B1 Singed that immediately got countered out. But you know what? It was a very exciting way to open up the Diamond Kickoff tournament here. I do believe we'll be hopping right into the next game after a very short break, so stay right where you are. We got the next round of the bracket coming up. We'll be back real shortly. All right, y'all, we have returned right into draft for game number 2 here of the night. We've got Return of the Middle Stick. That Return of the Middle Sticks, not the singular middle stick. Return of the Middle Sticks Crow Storm here, going up against Squid Champions, as that's a Rek'Sai first ban, I believe. That's fascinating. You think they want to play Lee Sin here, Orion?
Well, I mean, it could be Lee Sin pick, or it could also just be that the Squid Champions jungler is a very comfortable Rek'Sai player as well, and probably just getting him off that pick could be coming through. And we do see rise of the middle six here. A team that's been around the scene for a little while here, I believe. They've been in a lot of plat and diamond leagues. They've had some pretty solid success in those, but I don't actually recognize a lot of these players for this specific team here. So I'm pretty excited to watch them play. And honestly, same things for Squid Champions here over on the red side, so honestly, I don't really know much about either of these teams here, so hopefully both these teams have kind of just done their homework a little bit, maybe looked at some OP.GGs, looked into a little bit of the data that they do end up having, so because a lot of these bans to me just kind of scream respect bans, except for maybe Senna Volibear. Senna Volibear have been very common in a lot of teams of pools and games overall, but Rek'Sai, Nocturne, Blitzcrank, Darius, those 4 champions just kind of scream comfort to me.
Yeah, for sure. As
there's Lee Sin, you called it.
The first pick, Lee Sin.
Nice.
There's no real reason to ban Rek'Sai otherwise. Nobody's one-tricking Rek'Sai right now. You're not banning that for somebody's comfort. That champion is dog, except into Lee Sin, where it maintains a very solid presence as a counter pick, but when you ban the comfort and you leave the meta up, that's how you wind up with a first pick Seraphine, and then follow it right up with the Wukong on red sky.
Yep, this is what happens when you take away champions that aren't necessarily like the super meta picks. You leave up champions that are pretty gross. I would say Seraphine is the one that kind of really sticks out to me. Kind of like you said earlier, can very easily slot into 3 lanes. Mid, bot, and support, very high win rate, very flexible on builds as well. Wukong as a champion has been performing not as well recently in a lot of his games. They nerfed his clear speed, they nerfed his overall pacing of the game, which has certainly affected him a little bit in terms of his arrival for scuttle crab fights or arrival just kind of getting around the map a little bit. So I'm curious to see if that he's able to kind of continue with that pace, because Lee Sin isn't necessarily known as being a super high clearing champion either. He likes to usually do 3 or 4 camps, maybe look for a gank or look to invade the jungle, so he certainly can do that.
Yeah, and that's going to be Galio Tristana in response. Maybe some inspiration being taken by Joker's Tristana in game 1 here that was played over on Dorado Gaming Zeta's side. But wow, they are just going meta as meta can be right now. And they're picking up the Ashe. This could be like that supportive mandate build that we've been seeing in LCK. Yeah. It could just be the lethal tempo build, which we've also seen a little bit more of the resurgence of. So definitely a very stock and standard from Squid Champions, and it gives them a lot of CC with the Encore, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This is a scary all-in comp.
Yeah, it is pretty scary. You also have the innate synergy with Ashe and Seraphine as well. Ashe has built-in slows, which means Seraphine's E will stun a target if it hits them twice instead of just rooting them, which is obviously very nice to have in terms of just looking for trades or honestly just looking for any exchange as well. And we talked about the flexibility of both Seraphine, but even Ashe as well, like you mentioned. There's the mandate build, there's the Essence Tree for Blade of the Ruin King. You can basically build whatever you want on Ashe and still be very, very viable in the game for whatever reason. The champ is just that good currently, in my opinion. And also you add a Swain on top of it, most likely going into the mid lane. Squid Champions, they've kind of come to play here in the Let's Lock In tournament.
Yeah, this is straight out of LCK in this draft priority right now for Squid Champions. It's actually wild to me. I seem to remember Kwangdong Freaks in their series where they were the only team to have upset SKT this entire year. They're the only team to have beat them in the regular season. They played a very similar comp with Teddy on a fasting Ashe, so to speak. Yeah. It was farming Seraphine and the Mandate Ashe, and they paired it with the Swain. The Wukong's been super high priority. Something that hasn't been in the meta very much, and this definitely does say comfort to me, is the Thresh, right? Mm-hmm. This used to be like the Swiss Army knife of supports. It could do everything, but it kind of feels like it's been left behind recently, as it looks like they're going to round out the comp here with Mordekaiser. They're thinking on it.
Yeah, they're currently thinking on it. You know, I will say if Squid Champions were to go complete LCK, I think you got to pick Gnar on R5 or
Yeah,
GP. In my
yeah.
opinion, those two champions, like if you really want to go with an LCK kind of composition, just play for team fights, play slow, play steady, like basically pick off anyone at any given time. These two champions would come through. Jace is a pretty common Gnar counter, though. At least he was for a very long time. Jace isn't as predominant as he used to be in a lot of these games. As that's a Viego. So Swain is actually going to go in the top side here for Squid Champions, and Viego is going to slot into the jungle here in this one.
Yeah, that's interesting the way they've decided to lay this all out. We always think of Wukong as the jungler, right, in this day and age, but
Well, actually, yeah,
it's
you
started
are.
as a top laner, so
Hmm.
it's they have lots of flexi. They could do Wukong top.
Yeah,
I mean, they could. People used to play Viego in lanes. It took some nerfs to
true.
that. People don't really do it anymore, but they technically have a lot of flexing potential around the top side. Do Squid Champions, so we'll have to wait to get in the client draft to really parse what they're doing here. But they have a lot of power picks, that's for sure.
Yeah, they do have a lot of power picks. You know, Viego was a champion that was a very powerful pick a couple of patches ago. He has just recently been nerfed a little bit. You know, he is still a pretty powerful champion in my opinion, but he did kind of get a little bit fine-tuned in my opinion. So he's not as powerful as he used to be. But you know, Wukong or like Wukong and Swain, in my opinion, are going to be the two solo laners. Most likely Swain mid, Wukong top, Viego jungle. Obviously, Viego can lane, but he doesn't necessarily have the same lifesteal that he used to have off of minions when he first got introduced. You can't just go Doran Shield, second wind, spam Q on minions, and just heal for days when he first got released.
No,
So you
that was
know,
a tad bit busted.
yeah, it was
Just
it
a
was
tad.
pretty gross. Yeah, it was pretty gross. But yeah, so you know, obviously, like you know, they do still have very, very powerful composition. It's very much about like just like running, like picking up someone initially and just having the continuous slows of Swain and Ash and Seraphine and the chase potential and reset potential of this Viego and the Wukong to just continuously get fights. But you know, for ROTM, they also have like very, very powerful champions in their own right because you have this Lee Sin pick, which you know, anytime you see Lee Sin in a game, like you kind of have to think of like, you know, is he really gonna like be this like major pop up? Because we saw last game from Goldfish, like they believed super heavily in that Singe pick. Obviously, did not work. But Lee
Nope.
Sin is one of those champions that you can be one, and if your jungler is just insane at this champion, he can very easily just 1v9 the game if he's just that good.
Yeah, for sure. I do see some Twitch chatters questioning B1 Lee Sin in 2022. And
Yeah.
while I usually agree, right, the gate to how good of a pick Lee Sin is entirely how effective your jungler is at playing it. It has sort of this limitless ceiling where we saw last night, I was so convinced SKT lost draft when they picked Lee Sin in game 3, and Owner 4v5'd at 35 minutes on it, which is just like insane to think about because this pick does not scale like the Viego does, but if you have the hands and you have the dreams and the vision to execute on those plans, you can definitely make it do amazing things. One thing that does sort of worry me, though, here, Orion, is that I feel like there's way more synergy in what Squid Champions wants to do here with their 5 picks versus what Return to the Middle Sticks does. I don't really see where they gel together with these picks.
Yeah, I do agree. Obviously, you know, they do have like some team fighting potential with the Galio and the pick potential with the Thresh, but you know, the three champions that we haven't mentioned with the Jace, Lee Sin, and Tristana kind of just do their own thing in a lot of these team fights. So, you know, Jace also is one of those champions, you know, the NA Jace meme where no one in North America can play this champion properly, apparently. Which, you know, obviously he is a very micromanaged character, but he can, like nowadays with the lethality build, you can just shock blast someone from an entire screen away for about 700 damage if they're not careful. Which, you know, currently in the client draft, it is Fayin playing the Ashe, which typically means the AD carry would most likely be the one farming. In this case, he wouldn't be playing the fasting, but it kind of does depend on the item choice and the rune choice as well. So definitely have to pay attention to that when we get in the lobby.
Yeah, for sure. Any final thoughts on which team maybe won draft here before we do throw it over to the spectator delay? I'm kind of leaning Squid Champions myself.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning to Squid Champions. Like theirs is a little bit more standard, but I also kind of I do like the fact that Middle Six is kind of playing to their guns here, being willing to pick the kind of the bit more spicy champions. And if they're able to outplay and just get a lead early to the middle late game, oh sorry, the mid to late game, that their champions can just steamroll them because a lot of Squid Champions, they do take a little bit of time to get online. If they're never actually online, then Jace and the Lee Sin can really take over this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Middle Sticks would love to dominate the early, middle, and late game. So maybe it's not even misspeaking. So I'm sure
Very
they would
much
love
so.
that. But we will have to wait to see how they do perform with some of these skill-gated picks on the top side for Return of the Middle Sticks when we do get into game on the other side of a very short break for the spectator delay. We'll see you guys in a second. That was a black screen, but now it's the Rift here for game number 2 of the Diamond Kickoff Tournament here for CCS presented by Nameless. We have a much spicier little 5-man stack to open this one up around than we did game number 1. We might see it all betted on the level 1 this time.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's all going to be betted on, because it's only the Thresh here that's chilling if he was able to get picked off here, but this could be in a bit of an anticipation, right? Because they do have the Galio, they do have like some Thresh as well, but they're going to be the ones to kind of get a little bit of vision here. Well, just to kind of confirm as well, it is going to be the Ashe farming, and it's not going to be the Seraphim, the one being a bit of the supportive style here in this one, as we did see a bit of a fail ward, coming through from the Viego there on that one. It didn't quite make that one over the wall, so they had to invest a second ward to really make sure they know exactly where Lee Sin is starting. And we had a bit of a pre-talk here. Sorry, Infinite, in this one, we talk about how like this Ashe Seraphine combo can be really, really devastating in lane. But I talked about that was a cleanse.
Oh no,
cleanse.
Bear! Boar. I can't quite read it because my resolution is quite low on the actual stream. Boar. That's so sad for the Trist. That's so critical against an Ashe Seraphine lane, man.
I will say, very, very important, they did not see him cleanse.
This is
he was in the bush, so they might not, they won't know, right? But some good damage happened here for Mr. Zakatak and Fane here in the bot side of the map. But yeah, this bot lane is going to have a lot of push here, most likely, into the Thresh and Tristana. And if Lee Sin, if he were to get a bit spicy here in the bot side, he could look for an early gank. But that early ward there being placed there by the bot lane of Squid Champions, very well done, just kind of making sure that they kind of have some knowledge of what Lee Sin's pathing is going to be in this game.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's probably why, as we had discussed before game, they might choose to concede the push till level 2, or they might try and go right at it because they do have a lot of AoE, and getting that early ward onto the red buff, the Lee Sin wants to clear bot to top, right? So you sort of have that agency to find the push, to find the early level 2, and not let up in the pressure. So definitely going to work out well for them, although Boar, again, for the second game in a row, we're seeing a Tristana piloting a champion with inherent push with the AoE damage off of the CSing, so definitely going to not give up this wave state, and they will ultimately be the ones to push, as it seems we have a frozen scoreboard again, unless every player has missed every CS, as we see Zac Attacker forced to flash early. Maybe they can trade it with the slows coming out for Macanamus's flash, but he will hold on to it, trades the Ignite for the flash, so that's only 3 summoners apiece for both of these bot lanes here.
Yep, nice shot there, forcing out Seraphine's flash. And we saw last game how if an enchanter loses their flash early like that, it can pretty much be easy pickings for the jungler if they so choose to come back, especially with Thresh not having to invest his own flash for that kind of play as well. And also they were able to spot away Viego, so a lot of this early pressure from both teams have been put towards both sides of the map. Lost in Rotation did spend a little bit of time in that top side of the map, as we are going to see the map hack being used here by Ashe that is going to spot out Lee Sin at his blue buff. So they do have full knowledge of basically everything that Lee Sin has done so far, the camps he's done, the camps he hasn't done, and this is why Ashe is just a very annoying champion to deal with as a jungler, because they know exactly what you're doing probably before you're going to do it.
Yeah, it's one of those utility abilities that dates back to a different era of League of Legends when champ design was much simpler. And, if you play any of these games that have decade-long power creep structures, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Personally, so I'm well aware. The simple abilities are the strongest ones, and they stay timeless because of it. It's the pot of greed of utility spells that are coming in for Fane on that E, so definitely going to result in a nice bit of added safety, lets them push that wave in and get the bounce, as it's going to be such a snooze fest in this mid lane, I feel like, Orion. Swain and Galio feels like have no kill threat on each other.
Yeah, probably no kill threat here for either mid laner here. Obviously, with the junglers coming through, they both have pretty decent setup. Swain, he does have that E pullback. Galio does have his taunt, so they do have some setup. But in terms of the overall 1-for-1, it's nothing really is going to happen. As we do see a bit of a bait here by Index. He has no mana. He's trying to just pester this Wukong as much as possible because he knows he has at least in the back pocket. But he was seen by a minion, so the question mark ping did go off there by Boreal, noticing that, hey, like the Lee Sin's just kind of chilling up here, wasting a lot of time, not really doing anything. So Viego is already up about 3 camps, probably close to 4 camps as well, early on in this game, just because of how much time Lee Sin's been spending on the top side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a champion that does it all in Viego, right? He has the fast clear speeds with the attack speed steroid, the percent health damage, stays healthy with the sustain, and the ganks are pretty formidable when you do get that W involved, as we do see some heavy trading. It's 6 for Exocraze here, but that doesn't give you anything in the 1v1, as we see another gank coming through on the bot lane, but not quite in time, spotted out well ahead of schedule. But look at this wave state. They're going to have to stay extended for a while, Arbor and Magnanimous here, to try and get this pushed.
Yeah, they do have Lee Sin down here to kind of help them in case they were to get ganked, and also like they're kind of potentially, nope, not quite. Lee Sin was thinking about doing the drag, but mostly is probably going to go help out his mid laner here, as we are seeing a taunt come through, but he is just deep enough from that tower that Lee Sin was not quite able to get in there and do that execute damage with that Q1 and Q2. So Swain able to survive for now in the mid lane, but we're already seeing it's 6 minutes in, no action has happened, but it's a 1k gold lead for Squid Champions at the 6:30 minute marker. That's pretty crazy. That's just from laning phase.
Yeah, as we do see an all-in attempt, the hook flay will land. There's the rocket jump, forces the flash with the ignite on top for extra measure. So that is going to be a flash for ignite trade. You always like that as the igniting team. And now they're trying to parlay it into a jungle start, or rather a dragon start, our return of the middle sticks, hovering around this first Ocean Drake, but haven't committed onto it yet. Viego going to sack it, going to head towards the top side. Meanwhile, the Boreal's coming down to find the flank on the Galleon. Finally, the Ocean Drake will get started up.
Yeah, it does look like Boreal is just doing the scuttle crab here up on the top side, so not really probably looking too much to go down there. Mostly just like trying to secure that one coming through. But yeah, first drag of the game is the Ocean Drag as well, so it kind of will help specifically this bot lane, I would say, to kind of just stop from all the pestering damage that Seraphine and Ashe has. I do like the attempt there from Macanamus and Boar down there on the bot side of the map. It's just the lantern was on a minion. So Boar could not click the lantern, so he had to use his hop first, so Fan could actually flash away. If he had grabbed the lantern, he could have W'd after the flash, and the kill could have potentially happened there. But unfortunately there, just a slight mechanical misplay there by Macanamus, throwing that lantern on top of a minion. So a bit unfortunate there for them, but still, they were able to get the flash out of the Ashe. They will kind of have the ability to go right back onto her once again a little bit later. But she still has cleanse though.
Yeah. Thankfully, they do have double flashes for themselves, so hopefully can force an all-in with efficacy, despite the fact that the cleanse is used right there on the death sentence. But look at Boar forced to rocket jump defensively, because the CC poke combination of this lane is it's hell. It's hell to deal with, let's be honest. Yeah. It's not what you want to see.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It really is, especially at this point in the game where a lot of their abilities are getting like lower and lower on cooldown. Especially that Ashe Folly is gonna get to like probably about like 3 to 4 seconds as this game goes on. So, but yeah, definitely curious to see kind of like if Lee Sin is gonna ever able to kind of get down to that bot side, right? Because yeah, they're blowing summoner spells. Like Ashe has no cleanse, no flash. Zack Attack has his summoner spells back up, but if you're going for these trades and you're getting these summoner spells and you don't actually make a play afterwards, you're basically getting those spells for nothing.
Yeah, we will have to see if they can leverage something soon here for Return to the Middle Sticks. We're getting towards that 10-minute mark. They have these champions that really want to snowball on the top side who haven't really found the capability to do so, and meanwhile their bot is just sort of going ignored while Lee Sin's trying to force. They will at least pick up their second neutral objective of the game, which is nice. Get that Rift Herald into Lost in Rotation's back pocket there, but as things and time progress, right, as the game goes onward, Squid is going to have so much more capability to contest these neutral objectives, and now we see the gank coming through. There's the miss, there's the encore to find two into the stun, the CC lock, it's easy as that, the Heartbreaker forward, possess the body, but the flash play doesn't connect, the Death Sentence does, but the cleanse is still available for Boar. They're really trying to chase that one down. They'll land some more poke, but not collect the kill. It was a good effort, which does result in first blood for Squid.
Yeah, Kim Jae-min, not probably practiced as Thresh as he would like to be there, unfortunately for him. Shooting his flay quite literally into Narnia there, unfortunately. But, they were able to get the kill on the Thresh. We saw, like we talked about how the very easy setup they do have, but here's the setup on Galio.
Yeah, thankfully that ultimate was available for Swain. Can drain tank for quite a while. Has the jungler coming through for the backup as well, trying to find so much health, but Lee Sin will find the execute, and it will result in the enemy jungler falling as well. The double kill for Lost in Rotation there. Immediately a back from Return to the Middle Sticks. That's what they've been waiting for. That's what they've been looking at, and finally the Blind Monk is on the board.
Yes, Blind Monk is on the board. We talked about how this Galio does have great setup for his jungler, and that's really what Lee Sin needs. Lee Sin, all he needs is someone to kind of help him land that Q, and he will do the rest. And we saw it right there as the arrow does come through. He has no cleanse now.
Yeah, the Enchant Crystal arrow
nice
at that range was pretty decent, but it's not going to result in the kill, as you do point out there. The Buster Shot not going to be enough to pick it up. Does just escort the exit for Boar back under turret, who's staying for the wave. Fair enough, no dive possibility. Your jungler's right here.
Ooh.
In fact, he might have the catch out, but the Death Sentence not going to connect. There is the poke coming through. That Ranger's Focus going to put so much slow down onto Lost, but that's what you got Lanterns for.
Yep, Lantern is a very powerful spell here for Thresh. It basically was one of the main reasons why Thresh was a very dominant champ, as Hook does land.
Oh, Zac Attacker forced a flash off that. That was such a Hylissang move to walk up and basically have to blow flash just to cancel the backs, but I do appreciate the gusto with which it was taken out, as Fayen was looking for a W angle, but is going to get Flash Flayed with the Death Sentence, but they're playing in the minions to find the kill. Can Fayen make it out? No, even with the shielding, so it will be the nice setup for Boar, and now it's Return of the Middle Sticks really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what Squid Champions is doing down there. You know, Fayen and Zac Attack, they're just huge egos for no reason at all. Definitely just completely disrespecting Macanamus there to land a hook, and it does result in 2 kills. And all of a sudden, we talked about how the Goldie was very much in favor of Squid Champions farming at a very high pace. All of a sudden, this game is getting back to an even pace, and Index, nice little trade there. Nice little movement speed buff from the E coming through Acceleration Gate, but Real getting chunked once again. Does have Cyclone and Flash.
Yeah, look at this wave trying to play with it, but the first proc of Cyclone didn't land, so it's going to allow Spy to find the 1v1 victory there. Just a little bit of mispositioning from Boreal, who died with the flash up as well. I think he really could have won that if he had just found the first knockup, but now things really going in Return of the Middle Sticks' favor. They picked up kills in all the side lanes. They have assists for the mid laner. They have the jungler really starting to snowball. The second Drake did go over to Squid in the meanwhile, but look at these plates going into the Jace's back pocket. Finally caught up in CS as well. He's going to be a problem around these upcoming objective fights.
Yeah, pretty huge misplay there, honestly, by Boreal, not able to land that initial Cyclone. And, you know, a lot of Wukong's damage does come from the Cyclone being able to reset that Q on that ability. So, yeah, you're exactly right. If he was able to land that Cyclone, that very initial damage with the initial knockup, and then the reset on the Q, he very easily would have killed Jace there. But Jace is right back into this game. He's actually currently ahead of the Wukong, which, you know, Boreal has been doing a fantastic job of just like laning phase. I think at one point he was up like 20 CS basically for free with no jungle attention, and all of a sudden it's just thrown right away from that one misplay.
Yeah, Squid do still have lots of team fighting tools. I think they would definitely like to find themselves in an objective fight 5v5 scenario, because right now on the split map in the side lanes, when they're getting flanked and dove like this, it's not going too well for them. That's a nice Death Sentence under turret to lock it up, but look at the Encore. It's going to get cleansed. It's not going to lock them down long enough for the turret to do its job. Here comes Ride the Fire on the Swain, going to pop the ultimate. That's going to be at least the Thresh dying. The reset's available for Viego, but the Buster Shot just to keep the Swain away. As he used the Vision of the Empire, yet it doesn't matter when he lands the claw, but here comes the Galio trying to reset it. That magic damage shield doing a lot of work into the Swain, but can Kim Jae-min find the continued resets? Tries to rocket jump, but it won't result in much of anything at all. Squid getting ransacked under their bot tier 1 there. A big team fight victory for Return of the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, huge play there from Return of the Middle Sticks there on the bot half of the map. They used the Viego push and roam there to make a dive on the tower. And honestly, pretty well executed there, too. They had the Thresh tank the tower long enough where he actually was able to survive, and Galio was able to also be able to help with that turret taking. Unfortunately for Tristana, did not have the flash available, but some bit of dis-synergy here allows Tristana to survive just long enough for Galio ultimate to come through, and the rest of the damage there, really well done there from Return of the Middle Six there to pick up a couple of extra kills, and all of a sudden, this Lee Sin 4-1-4, Gore Drinker in hand. This guy is starting to take over this game.
Yeah, for sure. Going to add so much team fight capability to stay alive so long, find some key kickbacks, especially once that flash does come back off of cooldown. It unlocks insects, it unlocks buffers. Definitely going to be a big repositioning tool for the team. Critically, the gold lead isn't super huge. It's 2k at 16 minutes, which is sizable, but we really want to see Return of the Middle Six continue to snowball here. It's about using the advantage they already have proactively, and they are doing so on the top side. They've started up this second Herald. It's left Boar all alone on the bot side, but the threat isn't really there. The wave clear is more than efficient enough to keep any sort of dive coming out. When you have two squishy range champs, probably not the best idea anyway, so no punish coming through. That is the second Herald in the pocket of Lost in rotation.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where this one's going to go because the mid tower for Switch Champions is already pretty low. Like, the Herald would basically eat that one for breakfast coming through, as we do see the attempt onto Boar. Boar does not have cleanse down here, so if he does step too far forward, an Ash Arrow could come through, the Encore could follow right afterwards, and it basically would secure a kill, but Tristana does have the ability to use her little rocket jump there to basically buffer that one away. So Tristana basically in a pretty easy spot there, regardless of being in a 1v2, just because of her innate safety. But I really want to see like what the actual use of the Herald is going to be, because they did invest a lot of resources up there, and Squid Champions didn't necessarily really do anything on the map with the numbers advantage they had on the bot side of the map. So it does look like a lot of the pressure is going to go mid. The Herald is already being dropped in that mid tower. They want to open up the map. They want to just go ahead and break down this mid tower, but Macanamus, he has the loop around.
Yeah, that is going to be every single member on to ride the fire there. That Swain never stood a chance. All the mid priority ever needed going to be secured. Even a second Herald charge and a flash taunt under turret. That's one dead jungler right ahead of this Drake spawn. The tier 2 turret taken out as well. It's a 3-man flank around onto some low health bars. They're trying to set it up. There's the Encore. It binds too. They shut down the Lee Sin already. The clone going to be the only one ulted by the Galio. Can they win this 3v5? Execraze going well, but has the stopwatch to keep himself there. That's going to set up the resets for Boar, and that should be all she wrote on the fight for Squid Champions. There's nothing to do. Your Ash is getting chased down, going to be taken out. Boreal left to sit and stare and as he does get assaulted by these members at the Wolves. Trying to sustain with the Sunderer, though. Can he find anything? I don't quite think so. Yeah, it's the flank as you do bring it out as he does get a shutdown. That's a big 3-man claw into the queue. He doesn't have the ultimate quite yet. It'll be up any second. The flash on cooldown, though, so the chase isn't quite there. Yeah, does he have the Eye of the Emperor to cut off the support exit? They stayed so long to return to the middle six. They actually gave the comeback angle. They haven't taken the Drake yet as Lost in Rotation just gets back onto the map. But they have Kim Jae-min back now, who has possessed the Galio, so this could be a full-on second team fight for this Cloud Drake.
Wow, that was a pretty crazy fight. That was back and forth constantly here. Really, really well done, honestly, by both teams. As Lost Rotation got... Oh, he got the steal!
Lee Sin, he took the W ward hop over the wall, gets the clean smite, pulls the lantern right back into the safe zone. That's just a confidence play from Lost in Rotation, looking so good on this league.
Yeah, honestly, like, you can probably tell the reason why, Return of the Middle Six really liked this B1 Lee Sin. Obviously coming through, definitely doing a pretty stellar game in this one, having a lot of confidence. But yeah, that fight was very back and forth. Return of the Middle Six did a really good job initially going for those two towers, and as we're seeing Lee Sin go for an attempt, not really much happening there, unfortunately misses the Q. But yeah, gets 2 kills, gets 2 early towers as well, but a nice Encore and a nice Cyclone as well. They're able to survive for such a long period of time, and with the Divine Sunder as well, Wukong was able to sustain so much with every single Q that kept landing, and also Wukong's passive was doing a lot in that team fight, gaining so much armor, and really, once they killed Galio, like, the rest of the members are only doing physical damage to him, so they just could not kill him quickly enough. Swain was able to respawn, and I think overall it was a 4-for-4, but a hook lands.
Oh, Yeah, that was nice from out of vision. That's exactly how you want to play it with the picks. I don't know if they're going to be able to trade anything as Lee Sin deep into the backline. The Seraphine should be the next to fall, and that's going to be a Cyclone in return. The magic damage shield off that Maw doesn't expire for loss in rotation, so they can chase down the kills. They answer back too. As Execraze, you went in, but you got no way out. Going to be ever frosted up, going to be taken down. So in the end, it's a 2-for-3 trade for Squid, despite the proactive hook from Macanimus there. So definitely a good feeling for Squid. They can continue to scale up in this game.
Yeah, Squid champions are just so tanky. Like, even that Ashe, like, the Ashe got hooked immediately, and then all of a sudden just got, survived such a long time with Seraphine healing coming through. He had the cleanse. He actually did not have the cleanse because he did get hooked basically immediately right away, but still survived for such a long time that the rest of the members were able to get right up into the fight and did so well throughout, just, like, running down the rest of the members because they had to use so much just to kill the Ashe. And also really well played there by Boreal to cancel Tristana's initial rocket jump there with his Cyclone and basically blasting her right away. So you can kind of see how both these teams really want to take away some of these fights. You can see a fresh hook landing or a pickoff attempt by Galio basically bursting a target, but Squid Champions, they have some really tanky members, like Swain is going to be super tanky, Wukong is going to be really tanky, and you also have Seraphine healing on top of that as well.
Yeah, as we do see the Shock Blast doesn't quite land onto Boreal, trying to get some deep vision down. No Windrake for 2 minutes here, so not a whole lot of practical application to getting that vision behind the pit. Just on a bit of a scouting mission there, going to wait to catch this wave as Jace does shove it in. Squid Game down 3 turrets to 1 right now, and Spy's looking to make it 4, the last of the tier 1s to be collected. On the other side, they'll Ride the Fire trying to get them closer to parity by taking this one. Has Zac Attacker waiting in the wings, shadowing. The healing that could come through from both of these members could keep fights going so long as we just saw, so definitely a nice pairing to have out on the side lane. Even bring in Kim Jae-min here to join the party, as they could maybe look for an aggressive move, but the rest of the numbers are coming. It's just going to be a bit of a dance around this Baron for a while until one of these teams pulls the trigger.
Yeah, and so far both teams already have some wards placed around it, so obviously a straight sneak or just a blind attempt is physically not possible here for either team coming through. You know, red side, obviously, even if they don't have wards, they have a map hack with Ashe that can basically check the Baron at any given time that they want. So they don't really have to worry about placing too much vision, as we do get to see the Hawkshot go, cruising on by the mid lane here, trying to get some vision as Boreal's trying to get onto Maximus. Actually, here goes the arrow.
Yeah, that should just be the pick. The Eye of the Empire, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Cyclone. Although, tanky on that Thresh. The Galio ult was used to protect him and is only going to find the clone, so they'll force the uneven state here by making one member of Return of the Middle Sticks back, but I don't know if they can continue to go forward on Squid. Not going to land that claw from the Swain. Have the healing available from the Seraphine, though. Is Drake going to hit the Rift in 25 seconds, but Macanimus should be able to rejoin by then. Here he comes marching up mid lane. Didn't use the Locket either, so that'll be available as Boreal trying to just find a little bit of a scouting damage. The Everfrost on to Ride the Fire. Look at the Lee Sin in the backline, but he doesn't find the kickback. It actually just sets up the Encore to charm him up. He lives for so long with the Maw, with the Gore Drinker, but not long enough to save his team as the support will fall, and that should be full and easy access to the Drake, but they're not even done yet. Our Squid Champions, they're trying to continue this fight. It's going to be the big pop goes the Weasel on the Swain ult, turn around with the Ghost, and go and take the Drake. Yeah,
honestly, that initial Lee Sin play looked really cool, but I don't think I would advise kicking a Swain into your team. Swain likes to he likes to be in front of people. He likes to have the demonic ascension just basically sucking off the entire team at the exact same time. I couldn't think of a better way to say it. I'm sorry.
You know what? Sometimes you got to be accurate, and that is accurate. You are absolutely right. He loves to be in the midst of all those members.
Though, and rotation's not here yet.
Yeah, they're starting the Baron. They don't have the fastest take because their AD carry is on this poke build. It's not a DPS build, but look at the Galio, already half health. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow juked out nicely by the knockback from Exocraze, but not going to buy enough time to live. Look at the deep flank from Boreal. How'd he get back there? The opposing AD carry already gone, lost in rotation, forced to flash, doesn't have much to do. It's up to Jace to really try and be the damage member of this fight, but getting chased out through the brush. That is the Imperial Mandate going down. The damage proc is there. The slows are available. No escape escape for Return of the Middle Sticks. It's looking like the scaling apocalypse has arrived for Squid Champions.
Yeah, they're starting to get some really beefy members as well, and just some of the damage is just not quite landing. They're not able to basically single out that target coming through basically in any shape, form, or the fashion, really, as we are going to get a bit of a replay here as we're seeing, the initial attempt there on DeBoer outright picking him off, and they do have really great pickoff potential, and we talked about the reset and the chase potential of the Ashe, the Seraphine, and the Viego. You just can't get away from these guys. Yep, Mr. Infinite, hello? Are you drinking some water again?
I was. You caught me right in a step. It's like 90 degrees in my room right. Big ol'. I love the little flash up whenever our producer, I didn't realize what it was, but whenever our producer laughs, we get a little Mickey Mouse flash up there on the screen to indicate that it sounds like a Mickey Mouse laugh, I think is what that is, because that neuron just sort of fired in my brain, connected that. So our producer laughing at me behind the scenes for dying in my room, having to take a sip of water. But yeah, to refocus on the game at hand, it's definitely very, very scary the way that Squid Champions function and synergize together. It's almost unbeatable, I feel like, in a full 5v5, especially now that the gold has evened up. They've equaled up that Drake score. It's only going to get worse as time goes on, and I love this so much. This is an adaptation I first saw Faker starting to make when playing Enchanter's mid, but if you check the inventory of Finn, he's picked up the AD support item here on Ashe as the third item. Didn't start with it, but knows that he's going to delegate that CS over to the Swain, over to the Wukong, and can just make all that gold back via farming.
Yeah, I will say it's pretty interesting to see, like, pretty late into the game. If this was kind of like your idea, you could have just, like, started out with the Seraphine farming and bot and just kind of having these items as well. But, the Ashe is already pretty accelerated into this game coming through, and, the Spectral Sickle, like, probably won't come online until about 5 to 10 minutes from now, so the game will probably already be over at that point. I would assume, 32, 35 minutes. I'm expecting this game to be over with as, well, I mean, I guess there is 2 dragons for both teams, so this game could, in theory, stall out for that long of a time if both teams were allowed it to. But yeah, the Ashe also has the Imperial Mandate as the mythic. I'm pretty sure this Ashe arrow has about a 30-second cooldown. So
Yeah.
you can fire it at will, and if you miss, you just say to your team, all right, guys, we shoot again in 30 seconds, right? And even if it hits, Tristana has cleanse. Nice hook.
Yeah, that was a nice max distance hook, but it doesn't even matter because Zack Attacker just gets out scot-free. The follow-up ultimates were there, but now they're trying to re-engage on the Ride the Fire, who has to go into that top watch to stay alive. Meanwhile, the Cyclone into the backline, going to find so much CC. Now the Demonic Ascension going to get popped. The Draining coming out, and the team fights just continue to go to Squid Champions. They can't overchase though. That accelerated Shock Blast going to do decent damage, but now with the Possessed Galio body can put down that zone control for Kim Jae Min. They can take this tier 1, and once again, they might turn. Try to look at the Baron, but look at that, it's lost in rotation. He doesn't quite find the kill, and now it's Kim Jae Min wreaking havoc on the carries, and now the arrow's back already. Are you kidding me? That confused frog is exactly how I'm feeling, because he just fired that one off, and it's the full wipe, save the support of Magnanimous here for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks. This is going to result in so much for Squid Champs.
Yeah, a lot of the base is going to get destroyed here because Galio is the only one spawning up here in a couple of seconds. The rest of the members here for Return of the Middle Six is 20 seconds away. So this is a guaranteed inhibitor at the minimum here for Squid Champions, and they could push for more. They're pretty healthy here. They do have some ultimates coming back up. Demonic Ascension in 5 seconds. Ashe Arrow is already back up, so they're looking for the end.
Yeah, and they might just get it. There's the Encore already used. Demonic Ascension just giving them the good suck. Goodbye to Magnanimous. That's the knock-up. I think that is all she wrote on this one. Lost in rotation. Gonna have to carry it, but the second Nexus turret already gone as they're flashing forward aggressively under it. They're not even bothering to kill it, and that's going to be the stolen death sentence play finally executed on by the Viego, who lives getting out of the turret, staying alive, and winning this game for Squid Champs. They went from 3K behind to winning this game in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Squid Champions, they definitely had some fun in this one for sure. They had some moments this game where, You could say they were pretty questionable, but when they got their composition rolling, they got the lower cooldowns on their abilities and just the drain damage that they had from the Swain. They just the overall damage value just was not enough from Return to the Middle Six. So, congratulations to the Switch champions. Moving on to the semifinals, I believe, of the lock-in tournament. I believe they are on the bottom half of the bracket. I believe that they will not face the team that we first saw tonight, and until the finals if they were to get there. So I think for the next match, we're actually gonna go back to the top of the bracket, I believe.
Indeed we are. It will be Elementals Frost. They are awaiting the winner of CB Starlight and Dorado Gaming Zeta. Zeta, who we saw in Game 1. We will be streaming Frost versus one of those teams, hopefully without too much delay. We will be going to a break while we wait for that to resolve and get the game set up. Again, I can't know right now how long that break will be. Hopefully not too long, but this gives you a chance. Go get your snacks, hit the bathroom, put your feet up, get ready for some more exciting League of Legends action here in our Diamond Kickoff Tourney, because it's all coming back real soon. All right, we are ready to go. We'll get the draft going in just a second here for game number 3 of the CCS Diamond Kickoff Tournament presented by Nameless. I'm Infinite Dodge, joined once again by Orion for game number 3 here tonight. We've got Elementals Frost. I think formerly No-Orc Frost, or are they No-Orc Frost, formerly Elementals Frost? Which is correct here?
I believe they were
listing.
formerly No-Orc Frost, and now they're Elementals Frost coming into this one. And yeah, this team definitely was pretty solid, I would say, over in RA. I believe most of these members are coming from that team, I believe. I know, like, Hostile Takeover, DM for Scholarship, Night Creed as well. I think also SHD as well from this team are all like former players of RA. I think the King Julian, I don't necessarily recognize him immediately off the top of my head, but I'm sure this guy is a pretty prominent player as well. And we did get a chance to see Zeta pick up the victory over the number 1 team in the lock-in tournament over CB Starlight there in that game. So Zeta kind of playing up to the expectation of being the amateur world champion going into today's lock-in tournament.
Very, very hype stuff to see from them, especially as we did point out in Game 1, rebounding off a tough loss last night. They did lose the rematch with Oasis Esports Cloud in the Victorious Rivals Series semifinals last night, so definitely looking good and all cool in the CCS so far here on this lovely Friday. But here, Elementals Frost also played in VRS, and to see a good amount of them. I thought they looked really good. I thought Night Creed in particular played a pretty good Rel, or I'm sorry, not Rel. I'm thinking of the wrong support that nobody in solo queue wants to play. Pretty good Renata for Night Creed. I really liked the way that Elementals at that time called No-Orc played in VRS. Unfortunately, they did get booted in quarterfinals. But definitely going to be an exciting matchup between these two teams. I've really enjoyed watching them both play in the past, as we should get the draft started any second here. But Ryan, is there any sort of notes you want to espouse on or that you've taken away from our first 2 games in terms of what picks have really shown up and what's looked strong?
Yeah, I think obviously, for Dorado Gaming Zeta, we know that this team has been a bit more of a top lane, not say top lane, but top side focus on the map. But even last game, like Fireflans, he pulled out the Mundo in their game against CB Starlight. He likes to, from what I've seen this guy play, especially with Amateur Worlds and other games like Victors and stuff, he likes to play a lot of the bruisers, a lot of these Juggernaut champions. And a lot of those champions are just kind of currently the meta, like champions that are just really beefy that can do a lot of damage, soak up a lot of damage as well. So I would definitely kind of look for him to kind of continue that trend. And it looks like, in terms of like just kind of looking at the champion or the players that are in the lobby here for Elemental Frost, a lot of their higher ranking players are also on the top half of the map, like SHD's D3, King Julian's D2. So it's like I would imagine that they're probably going to look to contest the top half of the map and probably play a little bit closer to maybe more of what Dorado Gaming Zeta is looking to do in their match as well.
Yeah, for sure. We did see Fireflans pop off on the Olaf in game number 1 of the tournament tonight. We did stream Dorado Gaming Zeta going up against Goldfish Gaming Eternal Life, or whatever their Plat Diamond team is now. So that was definitely a big W for the Flans man up there, firing on all cylinders, forgive the pun. We will see if they can continue it here in this game, as we are just waiting to get them all into the lobby here, because apparently it took them a little while to rebound off of their game against CB Starlight there in the quarterfinals, so definitely going to need a second to get them adjusted. It's a long night of games here for all of us. I know I am baking doing the casting, but it's been so fun. It's been such a great way to kick off this CCS season, and it's gotten me really excited to check out a lot of these teams. Just to give an update on this, because we didn't at the end of our last game, which was Squid Champions versus Return of the Middle 6 Crowstorm. Squid Champions did win that one, going to the lower bracket, as Orion had mentioned, but their opponent there is going to be Iconic Ascendants. That is our 2 seed coming into the tournament here. So that's going to be the 2 versus the 6. On the bottom half, we've got the 9 of Zeta against the 5 of Elementals Frost here in the other semifinal matchup. So definitely going to be very exciting stuff here as we near the close of the tournament. And until we do have all the players here ready for draft, I think we are going to throw it to a quick break. Just do a quick little 2-minute here, just give time for the players to get adjusted. We will be back with you guys so shortly. Thank you for your patience. We're almost ready to get this game underway.
I never lose.
Football. This is what Reggie wants.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed for him to do that. And it became personal with me.
Here we are. This time we're just about ready for draft. I hope you guys did enjoy Oh, I did not mute the stream because I was watching the reaction videos. So I hope you guys enjoyed the reaction. That was the Wednesday reaction video featuring Orion's team. Fried Chicken Gaming, is that who you play for?
Nah, Nameless Umbra.
You play for Nameless Umbra. Are you the
Yeah,
ones
we were the ones. We were the ones popping the fried chicken, the KFC boys.
Very good, very good. And we will actually be playing the Thursday reaction video between this game and the next one as well, so stick around for that. It's lots of memes, lots of great memes, but what's not a meme is Zeta. They have been very much back on their serious status after a bit of a blip in the radar yesterday. They are back towards their winning ways, and they're trying to keep it going to lock themselves a spot in finals here against Elementals Frost. We sort of talked about it before the break, but you know what? New draft link, new conversation opportunities. We mentioned beefy boys for Fireflans, fighter-type champions. What in particular do you want to see Dorado Gaming Zeta pick up here for Flans?
Obviously, I think just in today alone, Seraphine has been a very prominent pick. Also, Shima played it as well. So I'm curious to see if that kind of popularity is going to continue to rise. Seraphine is just one of those champs that's just really, really strong in the current meta, I think. Also, we've seen some pretty interesting B1s, I would say. Like, for B1, it was Singe. Then we got Lee Sin last game, like champions that haven't been super common in terms of like quote unquote meta. But we are getting into bans for both these teams here as we see Elemental Frost banning away Udyr. First ban, I believe, of the day here, at least on our stream. On the Udyr pick, and Olaf ban as well. So getting rid of all of those beefy boys that we talked about.
Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. As Dorado Gaming going to take the Seraphine off the board and the Zeri. Aside from the Misfortune, which I'm assuming DM for Scholarship pilots pretty well, this is looking like a much more standard meta-focused ban phase. But here's the question, Orion: do we get another out of left field B1 pick here? Are they just going to slam lock Riven B1 or something? What can we expect here? In terms of meta, this should be like a Wukong, right?
Yeah, I would say maybe Wukong, maybe Volibear, maybe a flex pick as well, the champion that can go in multiple lanes, or just like an Ezreal as well. Ezreal's been a pretty common B1 pick as well if you kind of want to play a bit more safe bot lane. But yep, Wukong pick coming through here for the King Julian here in the jungle, a champion that has been creating a lot of havoc. But we kind of talked about how, he's been kind of slowing down a little bit. So, not as much problems as he used to cause, but certainly kind of still a very strong champion. Dorado Gaming Zeta looks like the answer is going to be the Lilia coming through. It is currently just hovered. It's about to get locked in here, which it is for Coffee most likely. Lilia can go in the top lane as well as a bit of a flex. I think Lilia is really good into tank champions, but not so good into basically anything else in the top lane. But still a really good jungler here for Coffee.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's commonly thought of as a counter into Wukong. I am not a jungler. That's beyond my brain, so I don't know the specifics why that matchup is thought to be a counter to Wukong, but I've seen a lot of people call for Lilia to make a resurgence since Wukong's been so forward in the meta recently, and I know Cafe plays it quite well, so good to see him on it. But it's going to be the Aphelios on R2, locking up a nice scaling AD carry that'll be able to deal with any sort of frontline heavy comp, play with range, play with sustain. What can't Aphelios do? And if that is the Kaisa coming in, so I'm expecting a Nautilus along with it, something like that, right?
Yeah, I would like to say Nautilus here. You could also see like Leona or Rakan as well. Just a champion that likes to go forward, basically, to kind of put yourself along with Wukong. Aphelios is one of the things that he's really, really good at is just kind of staying still, doing as much damage as possible. Aphelios does not like to get jumped on immediately and just burst it away, which is typically why the pairing that he gets, the former pairing that was basically Thresh always, because he had that lantern of safety anytime anyone got to jump on him. Like Aphelios likes to stand still, pump out as much damage as possible, and try your best not to get CC'd whatsoever. Lysandra coming through, kind of playing with the theme of Elemental Frost here a little bit, picking a Frost champion. I do like to see that one staying on the wavelength here with your team. I like it. I like that one a lot. But we talked about Shima's Azir pick. I believe game 1 of the series talked about how he is a pretty prominent Azir player as well. So far, both mid laners getting a very powerful mid laner already.
Yeah, control mage time. Very, very good. I mean, Shima just absolutely as cracked as he is jacked when it comes to piloting that Azir, but now we're seeing the support focus come through because neither of these teams has picked up that supportive member in the first phase. You would expect that there's going to be the counter pick saved for Fireflands here in the second phase of picks, and they're going to go with an R4 support pickup, so plenty of time to target it out if you are the side of Elemental's Frost here, starting with Renata Glask. The Ornn going to be the counter there. They don't want a nice, safe blind for the top side of Elemental's Frost, but they might take a page out of the book that we saw in Game 2, right? Shift that Wukong up top like we saw Squid Gaming, or rather Squid Champions do. So, yeah, that's going to be another bot lane chanter, but Braum being considered instead, just add some of that safety, sort of the element that you mentioned with the Thresh.
Yeah. Aphelios is just one of those AD carries that has to have some form of peel. Braum does do that pretty well. I mean, he's not super great into like Wukong, Lissandra, or Kaisa because he can't actually stop any of their damage. Like if they go for a burst like past Braum, or if Lissandra point and clicks Aphelios and he doesn't have cleanse, Braum can't stop that ability whatsoever coming through unless he lands his Glacial Fissure. Tom Kinch could have also been a pick here for Zeta, but they decided to go a different direction. They wanted the Braum instead. They wanted to have that nice beefy shield, as this is a Maokai hovered, which could actually go support here and be a nice point and click CC that Aphelios just can't outrun. I would like to see Maokai support rather than Maokai top. I think Maokai top is gross.
As somebody who used to play a lot of Maokai top, it's just not viable right now. It's not allowed. So yeah, I never. You very rarely see Maokai in general, but when you do, it's almost always support. Sometimes people mess with the jungle, but it's just not a top laner right now, as noted by the side of Elementals. They're gonna grab themselves that Gnar instead. Add the team fight, add a little bit of damage carry potential, but this is why they saved the counter pick. Did Dorado for the side of Fireflands?
Yeah,
he could go Aurelia. He could go Camille. He could go any one of these mobile, bursty sort of AD fighter champs that Gnar has traditionally always struggled against. Could go the GP as well. I believe I've seen him play it in the past. Camille definitely feels like the highest percentage sort of counter pick for Gnar, though, and is going to be locked in. Adds a lot of lockdown potential. Could get the backline stuck in place with that Hextech ultimatum. Set up Azir for a nice Shurima shuffle. So definitely a lot of teamfight prowess coming out for Zeta here.
Yeah, while Gnar is a ranged champion, he's not really a ranged champion. His auto attack range is so incredibly short that Camille can actually keep pace with him and just continuously run him down and do so much damage, even with the hop. Like Camille's dash is longer than his. It extends longer than his. You can cancel his as well. Camille's a really, really good pick in the Gnar. It's really just kind of up to Gnar to realize that he just kind of just can't play the game until he is mega. And hopefully, he'll have the roam from Wukong. Like, they had the CC to kill the Camille with Mega Gnar, but he really just has to make sure he doesn't put himself too far behind the curve, because if Camille gets ahead in this game, that true damage on that Q will start doing about 700 to 800 damage per Q. So, and that's going to basically one-shot anyone. So, when we saw game 1 when Fireflies got ahead on the Olaf, and Olaf's a true damage champion too, but Camille's a little bit more damage.
Yeah, especially more burst, right? Like, yeah. Olaf, your pattern is to extended trades, extended fights. Your burst comes in the end when they're in execute range of your E. With Camille, it's all right at the beginning. Hook shot in, precision protocol, boom, big burst of damage, like you mentioned. Definitely going to be scarier for the squishier members here on the side of Elemental's Frost. And what I'm curious to see is whether they can get enough value out of early Wukong ganks, because typically both of these junglers not really super explosive in the ganks until 6. That's when they both get their big CC abilities, but Wukong I feel like has a couple more options because he can hop walls, right? He can skirt vision, he can chase you down with the E and find the slows and get the extended range on the bow staff. So with good setup, I feel like Wukong could be a little bit more active in affecting these lanes pre-6.
Yeah, and he does have some pretty decent setup as well. Like he has Lissandra Root on a W. You have Maokai point and click as well. So I mean, if he wanted to get particularly aggressive, he could very much so. The only issue is if you do go for an aggressive play and it kind of backfires, Lilia will most likely just be on her camps permanently, and you could very easily just kind of put yourself behind by not trying to at least deny some of her camps away, or like maybe invade her jungle as well. We have been seeing a little bit of like Wukong, like, trying to like be aggressive, like hopping over walls early, or like trying to invade enemy jungle with his W, like trying to be like super, super spicy in some plays. So, if King Julian were to, kind of go for that idea, a lot of times Lilia does two camps at one time and she can get pretty low HP on some of those camps. So like you can obviously, if you take away some of those camps, you can start putting Lilia behind as well. So I mean, he has some options. I think the only lane he probably can't gank super early would be top, just because of Camille's hook shot. It's just so much range. It's like really hard to actually dodge out on those abilities, or just to cancel that ability until you're Mega Gnar or until you're level 6 for Wukong. So, but mid and bot, he's got a lot of setup.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Just to sort of bring it to a close here before we do go to the spectator delay break, is there either these teams that you're really favoring over the other just based on draft, either composition that you're really thinking this makes a bit more sense to me, or is it pretty even?
I think if Dorado's like, I think if Azir and Aphelios are able just to kind of stand there and just deal so much damage, they definitely have the more raw damage like output potential. But I do like the go buttons that Elemental Frost has kind of drafted for themselves. Like they have the Nod, they have the Wukong Lissandra, and if Kai'Sa ever sees Azir or Aphelios kind of off by themselves and they're kind of lower HP, Kai'Sa can just dive the backline and one shot someone. So if Azir and Aphelios are kind of able to kind of stay back and manipulate the fight the way that they can and they should be able to, I feel like they can very easily win this game. But if they get jumped on by the three-man combo of the top side of the map, they can definitely have a very rough game.
Yeah, for sure. I think you put it absolutely expertly there, right? On blue side, you have a very synergistic draft. They all want to dive forward. They want to pick off these carries, but it's not like Dorado doesn't have the tools to deal with it in the
Yeah.
backline. You can shuffle to readjust. You can Hextech Ultimatum. You can put people to sleep. They kind of want to be dove on so that they can punish you for doing it. So you really got to snowball here if you're on the. We'll see if they can do it on the other side of a delay. Either way, it should be a really exciting game, so stick around. We will be right back to get into it. It's a black screen, but now it's the Rift. CCS had to get restored from the recycle bin, but we made it. It's been undeleted. It's time for more gameplay action. Heading into game number 3 of the night, our semifinal between Elementals Frost and Dorado Gaming Zeta. I'm once again Infinite Dodge, joined by Orion. And no trades for Vision this time. We're just back to the old 5-man spread.
Yep, back to the old man, the 5-point here, and we do have a bit of interesting here. We do have the Maokai running the Ghost, actually. Ghost? Flash on this one. He really wants to make sure he can actually get in range because he realized just how bad his champion is, that he has to actually take Ghost just to land a root on somebody. Funny enough, without his Flash obviously up. So, but honestly, I don't necessarily mind this Maokai pick in the support because, if this is one of those champions and where you can just point and click him, and if he doesn't actually have his cleanse up, you can very easily catch this guy out of position basically anytime you want to. But DM for Scholarship did take the exhaust, and Joker does have the cleanse, so they do go for this trade in the bottom half of the map. Basically, Joker will be able to instantly cleanse that one away if they do go for the early exhaust trade. So something to keep in mind if they do go for this cheese.
Yep. And it will be the jungler starting perpendicular. Okay, thought I was muted for a second. Just had to check, because I did take a big gulp of water, but I'm not muted. We're good. No, it will be these junglers doing perpendicular clears here. It will be Wukong starting on the top and Lilia starting on the bot, but might not even take the junglers to start a little bit of early action in the bot lane. I think these teams are both ready, willing, and able to swing at each other to try and get into finals. They have almost climbed the mountain. The goal is in sight, but it just means getting over one or the other to get there. And it looks like level 2 will just go over the first 2 Elementals Frost here. If they do continue this push. Yep. There it goes.
Yeah, level 2 does come in, which does mean that Kibbles and Joker do have to play a little bit of respect. Maokai root into a Q knockback can be pretty devastating. It also does apply Kai's little plasma stack as well, as we do see a little bit of traits here for Fireflies. Gnar, like we said, he is a ranged champion, but he's not really a ranged champion. Like, the range is relatively, very minimal, especially for a champ like Emil. She has her W and her Q, but King Julian is down here. He does have a jump on a cafe.
Yeah, this is not the situation you want. As this helpless little deer into the enemy jungle. Goes the Wukong to invade on Lilia, but doesn't mean anything at all besides just a flash used for the king there, the Monkey King even, of King Julian. But now we're even getting heavy trades in the bot lane. The wave a little bit thicker for Zeta means no harm, no foul, but definitely a little bit scary getting engaged on by that Maokai.
Yeah, a flash there being burned by King Julian, and Cafe didn't have to use his flash at all there, so pretty unfortunate there. Tried to get the jump on him, and I do believe that he was able to secure the red buff there away from Cafe, so he at least got something, but the gank attempt on a SHD is possible, but Cafe's actually just going to go for the Scuttle Crab here.
Yeah, he's trusting Fireflans to win it out on his own strength, which he doesn't quite do. The trade goes a little bit more poorly in terms of the end state of health bars, but because of that passive, will be able to get a nice big shield the next time he decides to re-engage. Just has to sit back, hit some W's, try and sustain back up, but the Mega comes through. That's tons of sustain for SHD. Means he should be able to finish shoving this in, even gets the poke as well. But here comes Cafe. It took you so long. He went to go and get the crab, but he camps the bush. Look at the shield, though. As we said, it's going to keep Fireflans alive. The W lands. First blood for Cafe. It's easy peasy. Zeta came to play tonight.
Yeah, pretty big mistake there by SHD. He knew the jungler was topside because King Julian was pinging his teammates saying, hey, Cafe is on his Krug, so I took away his red. It's probably the only place he can probably be on the map after he forced his flash. And SHD still decided to basically hop forward very aggressively there, so pretty big mistake there by SHD, and he's already basically in a losing matchup as this game progresses, and it's going to be a Sheen to a Longsword Boots here, so definitely not quite the start he would like to have in this one. He was doing a pretty good job early, getting a nice little push in. He was going to get a nice little reset, but just hopped a little bit too far there, and unfortunately, it was the result of his death.
Yeah, DM for Scholarship chunked out here. Didn't quite manage to shove the wave all the way in either, so it's not going to be the best reset. They can try their best to freeze this for a slow push, or they can just try and bounce it right back out immediately. But critically, SHG did at least manage to TP back up top and hold the wave, so we'll get a little bit of an XP advantage over Flans, who chose to hold the TP and walk back to lane. So it does give him a little bit of defense despite the fact that the back wasn't quite as good for him.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely starting to build a nice little CS lead as well. Fireflies only has about 6 of these minions to pick up, so he's realistically sitting at about a 5 CS lead or so once all these minions end up crashing into the tower. But yeah, the CS lead is very nice, besides the fact that he did end up dying. And the kill also did go over to Cafe as well, so the SHD is still in a pretty good position to assist only end up going, especially after this crash. If he's able to get the wave into the tower and just get a reset here, he's probably going to be sitting in a really good position.
Yeah, should be real nice for him. Not necessarily no harm, no on the death, because he did blow the flash, did have to use both sums to get back into a decent position, but will miss out on Cafe being around on the top side this time because of the speed with which he crashed the wave, and it's even going to open up an opportunity for Wukong to go into this Drake pit and pick that one up for Elemental's Frost. So they're buoying themselves through the rough waters pretty well. They might have given over first blood, but definitely not out of this game by any means. Gold only about 500. They'll pick up this first objective. Plenty of room left to play with yet.
Yeah, first dragon is going to get picked up here. It is the mountain dragon being picked up here. So the nice early resistances is always really good. Basically, for anyone on your team, it's basically just like free gold, I would say, basically dumped into your champion the second that dragon does end up dying. So it's a very nice little combat stat coming through. You can basically, it's about probably 300 gold or so to basically your entire team worth of stats. So it's a nice little addition to have, especially very, very early on in this game. And besides the 1 kill top so far, the lanes are all relatively even CS numbers wise. No real major leads happening so far, and I would expect a fight probably is not going to happen until this Rift Herald does spawn in about 40 seconds or so. Fireflies does have the push up here. SHD does hop aggressive.
Yeah, SHD still has the wall, but doesn't find the stun. He dodged out on it really well with that Hextech ultimatum. Does have the shove, though. Doesn't quite result in anything, as that sweep, that tactical sweep, going to find Gnar on the back end to even give a little bit of healing. But now we have a fight in the other side lane. Cafe was waiting, but here comes King Julian. It's jungler on jungler combat. That's the double sleep. Here comes the Lissandra. It finds 1 kill. It locks down another. It's 2-4-1 in that bot lane. Frost going to keep themselves even on the kill score there. Gold dead even as well. Should allow the Kai'Sa to shove a nice big wave in on top of it.
Yeah, huge difference there for that fight, basically turning on its head there for Dorado Gaming Zeta, is that Barb chose to make the roam down for that play. Shima decided to make sure to stay mid, and he did have a wave that was basically pushing into him, so he was able to, he basically gained a slight CS lead, but for Barb to pick up a kill and an assist down there with his using his glacial tomb, or sorry, frozen tomb, definitely much worth for him to make that type of play down there for that bot side of the map. And that while that does obviously break into kills, it did result in the Aphelios using both his cleanse and his flash. So that's basically going to be a play that they can make on repeat. This is where Maokai's point and click W can come very much well into play, because he can just walk up. If Aphelios is ever in range for his W, he just point and click, and Kai'Sa can fall right on top of him. So I'm curious to see if that is going to happen, if Joker's able to play safe.
Yeah, and it is going to be Fireflies discovering the Rift Herald take coming through, but they already have more members up here by a mile. Do Frost. It's a 3-stack Dark Seal for Barb off the back of that bot lane play, and it's just not an angle they can contest. So that will be the first Herald going into the pocket of King Julian there in the jungle, but it does leave Joker on his lonesome, and with the range advantage of that teal-purple combination, a lot of pressure means can get the wave crashed, and DM for Scholarship just has to play the defensive end until the supports can come back around.
Yeah, Calibrum, Gravitum is definitely a very strong combination. You can just poke him down, you can basically land a long-range slow into the root, and it's pretty hard for Kai'Sa to basically get in range of the Aphelios with these two gun combinations coming through, so Until those guns do rotate, or until Maokai gets back up into this lane, it's probably going to be a pretty rough time. Gnar is actually in a pretty good state currently in the Camille matchup because he can basically just kind of poke with his Q to the best of his ability, and as long as he doesn't actually get hookshotted by the Camille coming through, he can definitely start like actually winning out on some of these trades. So he survived a bit of the rough patch coming through until Camille starts buying some more items, and then all of a sudden like, the matchup becomes that much more worse.
Yeah, for sure. I think one thing that's really making a difference for him as well was that early boots pickup. Fireflan still hasn't picked up even those tier 1 brown sacks for his feet. Yeah. So it just allows a little bit more positioning finesse for SHD up there. Maybe even the potential to dodge out on some of those hook shots, as it was the bowling ball, and now it's going to be the Gravitum coming out, followed by the Glacial Fissure, but the nice roots coming back in return to dissuade any further aggression. So that's one ult traded for 2 there from the side of Frost. So definitely a trade up they will take.
Yeah, that was actually a really well-placed Nature's Grasp, as Fireflans is just trying to get a little bit of a poke trade there, using his passive very, very effectively, blocking out a lot of damage. But yeah, really well-placed Nature's Grasp. But I like the attempt coming through from Joker. He realized he had the Gravitum there. Basically, they had 99% slow into a root there. It was almost going to guarantee the Glacial Fissure, but nice flash coming out there from the Kaisa to guarantee the escape there. So no harm, no foul. Basically, just the one flash and a couple of trading of ultimates here. But we do have the dragon spawning in about 10 seconds, and it does look like Dorado's going to actually have the pressure for this because Barb had already hit a reset. Shima should be able to push this mid wave in, but SHD has already made the roam down here. So, and they don't know he's down here as the Richard is already being placed.
Yeah, they're going to use that to try and generate more priority to keep the enemy bot lane locked away from contesting this Drake, and it looks like it will work masterfully, even if they did show up late. That Gnar bar, more than half full, so would have been happy to tango, would Frost, but the one place where things continuing to sort of coast for the side of Zeta is Shima maintains the CS advantage, but it does mean that Barb just sacks the CS to walk down, right? And this Herald will actually crash. They weren't able to stop it, and the dive could come through shortly after. Julian here clearing out the vision. The Infernum wave clear actually going to be so crucial in protecting the dive here.
Yeah, Joker also does have both of his items back up as well, so Cleanse Flash as well as Exhaust Flash for Kibbles as well probably makes this dive just very hard to manage. Also, with the changes to towers just doing so much damage, like it's very risky unless you play the tower dive just super well. As we do see the ultimate coming through here for Fireflans.
Yeah, it does lock up the side of SHD, who, that's that big precision protocol nuke we were talking about in Champ Select, right? That's so much burst, and it does explain why Flans never picked up the early boots, was on the free boots ward, which is actually going to give him a movement speed advantage now. Those free boots do get plus 10 movement speed, so between the hook shot and the free boots, definitely the nuclear arms race for movement speed going back in favor of Camille, so definitely a scary time to be a little orange Yordle up there in the top lane.
Yep, and with the Divine Sunder, like we see the power that the Camille can have on the Gnar, because like just like that right there, you put the Gnar in the Hexic Ultimatum, and it's like, okay, what can you do, right? Obviously, like, Mini Gnar is one of the just weakest champs in the game. He has so many, like, the resistances just aren't there because they're all put into Mega Gnar basically. And Mega Gnar is probably one of the best champions in the game. Mini Gnar is probably one of the worst in terms of like being tanky, but here comes the root.
Yeah, this is going to be another good fight start, but look at that AoE damage, and now the red-white guns! Oh my goodness, that is such a clutch switch over for Joker, who even has the Gale Force to find the kill onto King Julian. Frost brought the aggression, but they weren't ready for Zeta to smack back. The teamfight gun so perfect for Aphelios as we go into a replay of it right here.
Yeah, honestly, that was like so well played from really both of the members of Kibbles and Joker here, because we're going to see the initial attempt here by Sugar. The root comes in very well. Watch Kibbles, 3-man Glacial Fissure to stop King Julian from entering the fight, and just so much damage coming through from Joker. So honestly, just really well played from both of them there, using the Gale Force to extend the fight that much further. And this is going to result in a very early kill, a very early tower kill here, most likely, just because of how strong Crescendum can be. Oh, not quite. But chunking the tower there, about 85% just with the power of Crescendum.
Yeah, that definitely feels like a big momentum swing now, as the gold lead is about 1k, but Joker maybe overplaying his hand, overstaying his welcome. No! picks up the first one. He doesn't have Triumph, so he will fall in the end. But who wins this 1v1? Well, when the he comes in, it don't matter. You have the backup. Here comes Shima with the Soldiers of Sand to bring that tree crashing down to Earth. And the action hasn't even ended yet. The Hextech Ultimatum keeps SHD in place. Cafe can put down that Dream Dust, put him to sleep. It's so easy for Zeta now as they've exploded into this mid-game at the 15-minute mark. They find big advantages on both side lanes. First turret bonus as well. They are well and truly ahead.
Yep, definitely doing very well to transition themselves into the mid game here. You know, once again, we saw the bot lane attempt. It looked like, you know, DM for Scholarship and Sugar were trying to go for a bot lane play because they thought that they could get onto Joker because he didn't quite have his ultimate backup, I believe. But they still was able, it was a 1-for-1, I believe, until Shima was able to TP. I thought it was Fireflans because I saw the TP being channeled, but he actually TP'd into the top side because he knew Cafe was up in that area. He was able to TP, secure the kill onto SHD there, and now that he has the tier 2 boots along with the free boots, he's just going to start running down this Gnar in the side lane.
Absolutely the case, as in the meanwhile, it is the second Herald of the game picked up for Frost. They have gotten both of those big purple crabs, but I don't know if it'll make much of a difference in terms of the priority on this Drake. They're going to have to drop it pretty quick, and even then, I don't think that mid lane tier 1 is under much threat. They would have to commit, and Flans is sensing it out, pushing this mid wave out with 20 seconds to go on the Drake. Standard play, gives them plenty of rotational power, so much deep vision behind that pit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The vision placement here for Dorado Gaming Zeta is just really well anticipated here because, you know, obviously the main way they're going to enter through here is going to be through mid, or it's going to be through this little jungle pathway here. And they're going to see basically every single entrance because the bot wave is already being pushed up as well. So really, this is the entire knowledge of Dorado Gaming Zeta is basically in their hands. It's going to be up to them to execute this fight because they're looking for it.
Yeah, we got the 5v5. It's Barb going deep, but going to be taken out. Didn't use the stopwatch, and that is just going to be a massacre for the side of Zeta. That is the full wipe. I mean, it was the int delivery system for Frost. They picked all these go-forward champions, but what happens when you just go forward to your doom?
Yeah, well, we talked about how before the game started, if Dorado is able to get in position, set up, kite back, and just sit there and do damage, they will be successful. And basically, it was exactly what happens. Barb eases forward, flashes forward, but doesn't do anything. He gets stunned into the passive of Braum, into Glacial Fissure, and all of a sudden, it's like when Lissandra doesn't get to do anything in a fight, it is just not looking good. Also, Mini Gnar was basically at like 30%, so he just never got that one to actually be able to be charged up in this fight. So definitely not super great there for Elemental Frost here in this one, and that's just going to put them even further behind here. Currently down close, actually more than 6,000 gold at the 18-minute marker, but they do have the drag advantage.
Yeah. They do keep that for now. Zeta is starting their stacking a little bit later, but I don't know if they're going to be able to contest any of these Ocean Drakes, which provide so much value as well on the likes of Camille and Braum to keep them topped off. After a fight, they can engage, disengage, go back in with that sustain, and it's really looking rough as we see all the central carries of this team starting to gain shutdowns, but they're looking for a pick in the side lane. They get the Glacial Prison, Frozen Tomb, what is that one? Exactly. Doesn't matter. Shima has the shuffle, so isn't going to fall to that attempt in the side lane. But, yeah, what is that Lissandra all called? That one always confuses me.
It's Frozen Tomb. Yes.
Frozen Tomb. Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah. Frozen Tomb there was used to keep Shima in place, but really well timed Emperor's Divide there to basically divide King Julian and Barb away from his. Cafe is running down Kaisa.
Yeah, just puts that 80 carry to sleep, forces out the exhaust, as now we see the reinforcements coming in on both sides. Got pretty chunked out, but you bought a Summoner spell there for your ultimate usage, which is a trade in terms of cooldown you will always take, so still pretty productive, and this is even more productive, just catching out a support. Normally we see supports dying for deep wards. Is actually Joker going to get dove on around this mid-tier 1, but look at the ultimate and the coming in. It's domination at this point. Zeta can't make a wrong step. They pick up 2 quick kills. It's 13-3.
You know, we talked about how there's rules in League of Legends sometimes. Actually, I'll talk about that after this fight here with Cafe and King Julian.
Yeah, this is just going to be the Monkey King going goodbye. No more bananas for you as the Flash Q is there. The Blooming Blows, all too powerful when it comes to getting rid of this Wukong. And Joker just left to his own devices in the mid lane, gets to shove a huge wave to knock tons of gold, and Baron is just up for the taking. This is certainly one rule here, Orion. Find a big fight, you go and take the purple worm.
Yeah, I mean it's 20 minutes too, right? Like this game is it's this Baron literally spawned 25 seconds ago and it died about 5 seconds, right? That's just the amount of damage that they have right now, and this composition is crazy. But like I was saying, there's another rule in League of Legends that I'm sure a lot of people know: red, white, don't fight. Aphelios is one of the most broken champions when he has the red-white combination coming through. And for whatever reason, they decided to dive the tower and the Joker, and he kind of made him pay for it. So, and they're not stopping. They have the Baron, and they feel like they can win this game before the Baron expires.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way from the confidence they're exuding here. I mean, this tier 2 is so low. Look at Fireflands! No fear going so deep. Barb can't even find a flank, because look at that. There's a turret protecting it right next to Vision, so has to retreat into the base. Now here comes the Nature's Graph to try and lock everybody up. Cafe buffering the W into the stopwatch, but there's the Fissure to try and knock everything down. It will be a shutdown, but it's not going to do a whole lot when you have so much AoE damage as they find another one. As you pointed out in Champ Select, Orion, when you have Azir and Aphelios allowed to free hit on a fight while you're wasting time killing the front line, the result will always be good. And now they're going to take a tier 3 off the back of it. I don't know if they can quite end here, but the base completely cracked open at 21 minutes is a lot of positives for Zeta.
It is a lot of positives, and they're posturing forward. Fireflies, so switch shot though.
Yeah, Fireflands. This might be the throw angle, actually. I love the confidence coming out from Zeta, as it looks like Shima be able to get out. Does have that flash coming back any second as well, but you know what? Sometimes you get a bit too hypey.
Yeah, Zeta, you know, that's one of those moments where you're like, hey, you know, let's have a little bit of fun. Like we're running this game, like we can troll a little bit, right? Like we're not gonna lose this game, right? I mean, I know my team has said that many a times when we've been up 6-0 at like 5 minutes, and we ended up losing the game. So,
I mean, this is a pretty big angle, honestly. They're on Soul Point now, our Elemental Frost, and they got an objective bounty, so it's not an inconsequential int, right? Like, things can still feel strong for Zeta at this point, but definitely some consequences to that move.
Yeah, it certainly is some consequences, but let's not take away the fact that Dorado Gaming Zeta is still in complete control of this game. I think it'll take maybe 1 or 2 more of those. Let's just call it interesting plays. In order for them happy gaming. Have a couple more happy gaming plays for them to potentially feel like they're gonna lose this game. But yeah, you're exactly right. Soul Point is a possibility here for Elemental's Frost here, but I really doubt that you know, Dorado Gaming Zeta will probably give them that opportunity. You know, Baron is spawning in about 3 minutes, and we saw the last time Baron was spawned at 20 minutes, you know, and it's been a couple of minutes. They've got a couple more items. They're a little bit stronger, so they can probably kill the Baron even faster.
Yeah, you would assume so, as SHD trying to make a stand under this tier 2. These tier 2s are giant gold pinatas, as I always like to refer to them. You burst them and you get almost half a K of advantage, so definitely in Zeta's interest to crack this tier 2. They're actually going for it on both side lanes, split map with Fireflands down there. Functions so well in the side lane game, Camille, but they're looking for a dissuasion play here. Our Elemental's Frost, they get the Nature's Grasp out, but the TP coming in to make sure it doesn't go too far as the Fissure finds multiple members and sets them up for the hook shot in from Fireflands off the TP. The ultimatum lockdown, that's going to be the ultimatum coming out from Joker to find another kill onto the opposing top laner, and this tier 2, despite the best efforts of Frost, will finally go bye-bye.
Yeah, they tried to go for an engage there with SHD, but just not a good Mega Gnar, but they still have abilities, though.
Yeah, is this another too deep moment, though, as Kibbles, he's going to get taken down, so is Cafe there. I think, I mean, Julian dies too, so I guess it's fine. I don't know what he was aiming for there, but Zeta, I guess they have reason to happy game here.
Yeah, that was a bit suspicious there for Mr. King Julian, but yeah, they're still going for it. Joker's red-white, but the red is about to fall out, so is white though, but he is CC'd.
Yeah, that is going to be the 80 carry eliminated for the measly return of one Nexus turret, and Shima still has flash, so I don't know if the flash was even... Yeah, no, it was necessary. Never mind,
Yeah,
it was necessary, but...
Yeah.
It's still, you know, he's still got the 10-stack Dark Seal. Like, that's the member you really need to punish, and as long as he doesn't die, it's fine. But if you want to take us through this replay, it's a big fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we do see King Julian. He initially gets cut out, uses the Cyclone, but SHD does not quite get a Mega Gnar, does not hit the Aphelios or really the Azir either. Those are the two members you really want to hit with that Mega Gnar into a wall there. Unfortunately for him, it was a pretty big miss and just not quite able to find the angle there. Unfortunately, as you know, we are going to go back to live here because you know we are starting to get a little bit of setup here. Baron spawning in 35 seconds, Dragon spawning in about another minute and 40. So really, Dragon's nothing really to worry about. The Baron is the kicker here because you know we saw last time. I'm willing to bet if this Baron spawns, it can probably die in about 10 seconds because Azir, Lilia, Aphelios deals so much damage. I will say that Joker did just lose white, so he doesn't quite kill it as fast as if he had that gun, but they're still gonna do it on spawn. Let's
yeah, for sure.
Let's see if we can see how quickly this one dies.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, there's no reason not to start it on spawn here, right? Even without the Camille, dedicating the Camille to the top lane because they have such good vision control, and it really feels bad for Frost because the timers are staggered here. So it's a sizable time, right? That was what, 15 seconds to take that Baron, but
I think it might have been like 10.
Either way, the Ocean Drake isn't even up yet for them to trade Soul for Baron, which in this situation is the best trade you can get. And this game might get ended before they can even try and go for their Soul here. So definitely a feels bad moment for Zeta. They do get an objective bounty on one end of the map, but their tier 3's like tissue paper. I mean, Barb's going forward this time, actually uses the stopwatch, but will it be enough? That's the shuffle to find the shutdown. The Cyclone doing some work, but Kibble still lives, gets away from Sugar here, as that'll be all she wrote on this. 4 members already dead. Barb, the last to fall, just seals the deal for Dorado Gaming Zeta. They'll be going on into our lock-in tournament finals, as all that's left is the crying. They just got to take this final turret and then the Nexus.
Yeah, honestly, just really well done here by Zeta, basically the entire game. You know, they had a couple of happy gaming moments, right? But, you know, obviously, you know, unfortunately, you know, for them, fortunately for them, they were still able to pick up the victory here, which, you know, all in all is the important thing, you know, for this lock-in tournament, picking up every single win as possible, which does mean they are going to put themselves in the lock-in finals here. I'm not sure if their opponent has been determined yet. But you know, I do think it should be a bit of a banger game, regardless of who it is, because both of these teams that made it to the lock-in finals that definitely deserved it and really fought their way through all the way here.
Yeah, it's been exciting games all night. It's been an awesome way to start the summer here at CCS, and it just went through. Iconic Ascendance will be matching Dorado Gaming Zeta here. Dorado Gaming Zeta coming in as the 9 seed of this tournament. If they can take it, I mean, they already beat the 1 seed in CV Starlight. If they can take it to Iconic Ascendance and get right back on their winning ways after a bit of a tumble last night in the VRS semifinals, that would definitely be such a boon for this team. But we will have to wait until the other side of a break to see if that is what occurs. We got one more game. It's the grand finals of the tournament coming up on the other side of this break, so we'll be right back.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna run for president. Hail to the king, baby.
This is a throne worthy of a tyrant! Bow to me, you snotty underlings!
You're just the afterbirth, Eli. No. Slithered out on your mother's filth. No. They should have put you in a glass jar.
Having a little trouble here.
No, he's not gonna talk, he's dead.
It's time for grand finals, baby. We are here to watch Dorado Gaming take on our number 2 seed, Iconic Ascendants. We will see who will come out on top at the end of this long night's journey. I am once again, if you're just joining us, Infinite Dodge, joined by Orion, and we had a little bit of an interesting player situation go down, Orion. You want to that to everybody while we wait for draft to start up here?
Yeah, sure. So, Shima, mid-laner for Dorado Gaming Zeta, apparently, we've been informed that he was playing from a public library, apparently, or some form of a library, because, with the whole internet outage issue, he does not have internet, so he apparently had to rush to a different library, because apparently that library was closing, so he's able to actually play in this match. And I do believe that he has arrived, or he is getting close to arriving, or he will be available basically to play this game. He's been a pretty important member for Dorado Gaming Zeta. I believe like he's been popping off in a lot of his games, and really, almost every member of Dorado Gaming Zeta has been playing very well in the 3 games that we've seen them play. Like game 1 was basically the Fireflans with an Ivern shield bot basically on his back corner, and game 2 is honestly just really well played by basically everyone of Dorado Gaming Zeta members.
Yeah, it's been a tournament to remember for Zeta, who are at the precipice of reversing their fortunes after a less than stellar performance last night in VRS semifinals. We keep harping on it because, you know what? The mental fortitude is impressive. To bounce back from losing a big tournament in semis, getting 3-0'd by a rival team that you've played many times in the past, to coming back the next night and just getting right back to your butt-kicking ways. Very, very impressive stuff, especially considering, I mean, granted, both of these leagues are essentially diamond leagues, but VRS is technically a plat league. So they graduated right from a plat league to a diamond league, which have very similar rank distributions between the two of them. But essentially, they've come up a step and are still winning very strongly. So impressive stuff from Zeta, but we haven't gotten to see Iconic in any of our games yet tonight. So we don't really know the level course of their games tonight. They did come in as the 2nd seed, so definitely going to be an impressive team to watch as well. Very, very excited to get into draft, which should be starting any second now, as very for Twitch chat.
We are. It does look like we are getting in the lobby here. Not lobby, but the draft. Thankfully, obviously, it's been a pretty long night for everyone here, whether you've been just a Switch chat member or if you've been playing, or for us for casting and stuff. So yeah, it's been a pretty long night here so far. But it's also been really fun. I'm excited to cast the CCS once again. Unfortunately, I don't get to cast the plat scene this year because I'm playing in the plat scene, but I still get to cast the diamond. So I'm fortunate enough to do that here. But we're gonna get into some bands here. Dorado Gaming does have some pretty set in stone bands here. Yone, and Karthus being banned here for the first 2 bands, and Iconic. We talked about Seraphine being a very popular pick, just getting that one off the table immediately.
Yeah, and the Karthus ban, definitely a fun one. That's not one you just ban for no reason. I'm assuming Zohair pretty cracked Karthus jungle players. It seems like that's the only place we ever see Karthus these days, is in that jungle role. But a Trundle ban coming through could mean a Sejuani, potentially. We haven't seen any of it this tournament yet so far, but it's pretty high presence in terms of top jungle flexing right now.
Yeah, Sejuani is one of those champions that is been pretty solid in top lane, specifically into tanks, because the max health damage that her abilities do have. She's been very, very strong up there. We've also seen other forms of tanky champions that aren't typically top laners, like Shyvana. We've seen some Zac, and those are more of the professional play. But we're back on Olaf duty, it seems, for Mr. Fireflans. And if anyone remembers game 1, which I'm sure everyone in Twitch chat does, I believe the final scoreline was 12, 1, and 5. Might be 11. Not really sure. But still, regardless if it was 11 or 12, Fireflans was 1v4ing at certain points in the game.
Yeah, it was a pop-off and a half, to say the least, as now the response could be... They're going Enchanter. They just can't figure out which one. It's going to be the Karma. Has a little bit more early poke than the Yuumi. Has an AoE movement speed buff with that Mantra E, so lots of utility and poke added into the team. Feels like this is maybe signaling another Ezreal act.
It could be an Ezreal angle. It could also just be like they wanted the Karma Flex pick as well, and picking your jungler here. Obviously, like you can kind of secure this one away, but instead they're gonna go with the Ziri here. I do like this pick, also in tune with the Karma speed ups with the natural, very speedy champion like Ziri. He can kite away an Olaf pretty easily. But for Dorado Gaming Zeta, they have run compositions in the past where they've put Shima on a Zillion, they've put Coffee in the jungle with the Olaf, they've put Fireflies on the Darius in the top lane, and they've just straight sprinted at people, and there it is.
Okay. I mean, I love Zillion and Desire. That max rank E, that's a point and click 90% slow. So that is perfectly acceptable into the Zeri. The Jhin, on the other hand, not one very often in the meta right now. If you're going for a less DPS, more utility-oriented AD carry, the Ashe and the Senna both feel way more common right now. But Jhin also has some pop-off potential, can affect fights from a very far distance with that ultimate, and also has movement speed synergy, I guess. Maybe we'll see like a quick build for Jhin with 5 Phantom Dancers and Zillion just perma-pressing E on him. They might not win, but it'd be pretty funny.
It would be pretty funny. You're right. And they've done some happy gaming in the past, right? We have seen it from Dorado Gaming Zeta before. But so far, these are the 3 champions that Dorado Gaming Zeta picked against Goldfish in Amateur Worlds and just straight up ran through them. I believe for Fireflies, it was Darius in the top lane, and I can't remember what Kibbles played, but I want to say it was Yumi. And basically all they did was they had Zillion, they had Yumi, and they just sat on Olaf and Darius and just ran through their composition. So I'm curious to see if that's the champions they're going to end up getting as well in this game, or if they're going to look to go something a little bit different here. Obviously, Fireflies played a fantastic Olaf in game 1. He could very well take that option into game 2. Probably won't be against the Singed, I would imagine, in this game. Considering how poorly the matchup went in game 1. But yeah, honestly, I would kind of like to see a very similar comp that they did, that just kind of run at you, run you down, just use the speed ups from Zillion, the slow down from Zillion as well, and the catch potential from Olaf and Jhin. While Ziri is very mobile, like you mentioned earlier, very common counter pick is that Zillion. Also, Nasus Wither as well is a very common, like, it was a talked about idea, not necessarily implemented idea as much compared to Zillion, I would say, in terms of like the champion being picked, but basically does the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that really interests me about the side of Iconic here and their draft priorities is they really seem to believe that there's no way Fireflies is playing this all off top, even though he did in the first game of the tournament, because they banned out the Mundo, which he played in the unstreamed game against
there it is.
CB something or other. No, don't play Hackerim. Come on.
But no, they're going to do the speedy composition, dude. They're just going to go fast.
They're literally... I can tell they are happy gaming these finals, and I'm happy for them to have fun. Hackerim's so bad right now, man. I mean, maybe it won't matter. I mean, look at Iconic too. They have Go Fast champions. They have Lilia. They have Karma. We might just see a whole bunch of people chasing each other around, unable to catch each other. But this is something I do like. Pick up this Azir for Shima, put the Zillion down to support, where it can more directly begin to counter. The Zarya can go Emax as well, as is sometimes the adaptation of a support Zillion, instead of having to max that Q for wave clear. It looks like that will be the lock-in. So I'm interested to see what the counter pick is used for here for Iconic.
Yeah, you're most likely thinking you're laning into the Olaf. I would imagine Hackerim's in the jungle. Azir's going to be in the mid lane. So it could be that they're just going. Obviously, the Wukong being shooted in the top lane. So Fireflies already knows his matchup here. So it's most likely just going to be some scaling mid lane option here for the Veigar. And yeah, Veigar's cage is pretty good, I got to admit. But at the same time, Hecarim with a Zillion speed up can just run around the cage in circles and just wait for you like a shark, just sitting there like waiting for you, like if you ever run out of the cage. So, and if you don't ever run out of the cage, Olaf can just Ragnarok through it.
You know what? This is true. I was thinking, this sort of winds up like an arms race. I saw the Veigar Yes, Vigar, Cage. None of these champions have like super consistent movement abilities, right? You have to commit the Onslaught of Shadows as an ultimate to become unstoppable on Hecarim. Like it's so good for a comp that's built to only be mobile with movement speed. But then, as you point out, when you get to a high enough threshold of movement speed, unless you're in a choke, Hecarim can zippity-doo-dah right around that cage and still catch up to you. You have the Ragnarok to turn off the CC. You have the Onslaught of Shadows. So definitely options are available to work around this cage anyway. But the scaling, as you also point out, definitely going to be a good element for the side of Iconic here.
Yeah, they certainly do have some options of escape, right? You have the Karma Mantra E, you have Ziri's natural mobility, you have Lilia's speed up as well, the Vagar cage, but even so, it's like, there's Dorado has enough slowdowns and speed ups in their composition to eventually just kind of chase you down into oblivion. But I also gotta admit, like, you have to find a way to kill a Zir in a backline, right? Basically, the only champ that's realistically looking to do that is Wukong. And Wukong by himself cannot kill Azir, because we saw last game, Azir hopped onto Wukong, he tried to do a Cyclone, and Azir just pushed him away with Emperor's Divide. And all of a sudden, who's actually going to help Wukong get to the backline of Jhin and Azir? And then with Olaf and Hecarim just diving your backline, it's like you still have Jhin with Curtain Call just doing damage from 3 screens away. You have Azir Sand Soldiers, so it's going to be really so iconic to basically dodge out from the initial engage of Olaf Hecarim with the speed up from Zillion, not take too much damage, and then if you kill them and those guys are dead, then you can go forward and try to get on top of Jhin and Azir, or else Dorado is just going to run over you with the composition they've built in.
Yeah, for sure. It's spicy stuff. It's contributing along with this 90-degree heat to me sweating bullets right now. These two comps. It's definitely going to be a very sweaty battle to claim the lock-in tournament champion title for one of these teams here. As why do they do this in client draft? We got a game to get into. We don't have time for hovers. We know what you're picking. It's the karma there. Now, around before we do throw it over to that spectator delay break, real quickly, I think we've sort of hinted at it through both of our assessments of the draft overall here, but who are you favoring to take it all home in this final?
I think I'm definitely favoring Dorado, mostly because I think the Wukong is a little bit out of place here, just because like he's the only one realistically looking to get on the backline of Azir and Jhin, and the rest of Lilia, Vagar, Aziri, Karma just kind of want to kite back. So, Wukong will most likely be using his Cyclone defensively, and that's probably never a good sign unless the Wukong just gets like so far ahead that he can just 1v2 Azir, Jhin in the backline, which obviously in theory can happen, but if it's a relatively even state of a game, I definitely got to give this one over to Dorado.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. I think it's definitely a mid-game timer for Dorado, right? They don't necessarily have the scaling that is available on the side of Iconic here because they have the Vigar and the Zeri, who are both just going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Jhin can't really match the Zeri in the same way that the Azir can match the Vigar in terms of damage output in the late game. So I think if they can snowball, they can find themselves a very, very happy, quick win like they did in the last game. But it is up to Fireflans to have another flansy-filled performance in that top lane like he did all the way back in game 1 of the tournament. But of course, we will see how it does all go down right after the spectator delay, so stick around. We will be right back for the finals of the CCS Summer Diamond Kickoff Tournament hosted by Nameless. We will be right back. It is time for Grand Finals here of the CCS Summer Diamond Kickoff Tournament. Once again, and for the very last time tonight, I'm Infinite Dodge, joined by Orion, and we have Zeta versus Iconic for our finals matchup. It should be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit, I'm pretty excited. We've seen, we haven't got opportunity to see Iconic, as we are getting to see about half the map here currently. We're really getting out here,
Oh, we're squeezing the whole thing in there. Let's go.
Yeah, getting to see the entire square of Summoner's Rift here. We can see, basically the dimensions. You can see how long top lane is. You've got some wards being placed here by both teams. You get to see every single thing. It's pretty interesting to see, obviously, these champions are starting to look like ants, from how far we're starting to zoom out here. Oh, never mind. Now we're back to seeing a monkey. Woo.
Part of the reason I love casting when Mr. Bantastic is producing is that he does not play League of Legends, so it's almost like watching a kid with a toy. He's in this replay tool, and he's just like, what does this do? What does this do? It's very fun stuff to cast on, but we do have a game starting here, Orion. We got a nice bot side start for Cafe on the Hecarim. Gonna pick up the red buff and clear towards top, and it should be mirrored by Zohair.
Yeah, it should be mirrored. Both junglers most likely gonna do a full clear, I would assume. All 6 camps into Scuttle Crab, which, most likely gonna be a fighting for that top Scuttle Crab, unless either jungler wants to deviate a little bit from their path. I would assume, but most junglers are probably willing to do a pretty standard 6 clear, which is pretty common for most junglers in the current meta. Most champions are kind of just looking to scale, trying to keep their lanes as even as possible. So, which is why a lot of the junglers, we've been seeing, champions that rise in popularity recently, like the Udi or like the, champions like Hecarim, maybe even Lilia as well, be very, very aggressive. As we try to see a bit of jukery there by the Dan Crackers? Yeah, Crested A, my bad. Yeah, Dan Crackers there. But actually, NK is really out of position.
Yeah, that bomb did such a great job zoning to set up the root as well from the Deadly Flourish. Look at Fireflans continuing to be on fire. He is flansing out, boys. Oh my goodness, even lands the last undertow for good measure. Zeta continuing to play with so much confidence and aplomb in this tournament. They've been so fun to watch.
Yeah, they really have been, especially on Fire. Obviously, we only saw the one game that Fireflies, because the other game they got banned. Which, to be fair, when someone goes 11, 1, and 5 in a game, regardless of how well they played, they're probably running on a really big high, and they're just kind of feeling themselves a little bit. So respect ban's pretty. But he did actually pop off in that game as well. So he does get a reset, but he's walking right into Zohair.
Yeah, I don't think the damage is quite there to shut him down, though. If he has the W, he has the shield, but he doesn't have it. So he does actually get first blooded. He really didn't have any recourse. He had no flash. He brought the ghost. He did pop it, but just took him a little too long to finish crashing that wave. So Zohair comes through, picks up first blood for Iconic.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Lilia's clear, right? He's already done all 6 of his camps, and just going straight into Scuttle Crab, but he knew that Fireflies had already had his wave pushing out, so really well done by Iconic's jungler Zohair in the jungle there to pick up the kill. Also picked up top Scuttle Crab as well. So he's most likely got a path right down to the bottom Scuttle Crab, and look at that, a blasting wand and tier 1 boots already for the Lilia.
Yeah, that's a heck of a buy. Flans was in such a good position in the lane, really bullying Crackers out, but the Wukong bought just enough time on that wave to allow Lilia to come through, and now it could be a situation we haven't seen yet in this tournament, which is Flans playing from behind. We'll have to see if he can make the rebound. In the meanwhile, though, Shima doing a very good job in that mid lane, staying up in CS. It's not as big of a lead as it looks like right now, because there's a big wave crashing. Severed should be able to catch a good amount of that, but look at Flans getting chunked out. Could be a bit of a disaster for him up there, but going to reset nicely here is Shima with a 15 CS lead.
Yeah, he does have a nice little CS lead here in the mid lane, definitely doing a nice little job, just kind of pushing in the Veigar early. Veigar just doesn't necessarily have the same lane presence early that Azir does. The Sand Shoulders can just provide so much of a mess, and also Veigar is a little bit low on mana, but he does have TP, so basically at any point he wants to, he can just base TP back and basically do the exact same power threshold. Probably looking at base with the Lost Chapter, I would assume, or maybe like a tier Lost Chapter. I don't necessarily know exactly what his build is going to end up being this game, so it's probably the reason why he hasn't quite based yet. Shima has already gotten a base. He's already bought that early Sapphire Crystal kind of to help with that early push. But for mid lane, both these champions, all they want to do is farm. All they want to do is just try to get a little bit more gold, a little bit more stronger as much as they possibly can. But overall, like, this game has been pretty slow, other than the fact that, Zohair was able to get a bit of a kill there because of his pathing. But both junglers have done 6 camps into a base, into 6 camps into another base, but Firefly's going to get jumped on.
Yeah, he should just be absolutely eliminated here. Got the Ragnarok up, but it's not going to mean anything. Cafe can't really offer any support either. Doesn't have the 6. Trying to bait Dan Crackers under turret. Zohair gets out as well, so both of them picked off cleanly. Iconic up 3 zip, and yeah, Flans really was floundering up there, trying desperately to push that wave, but Crackers just not afraid, held it right in his face, knowing his jungler was there to back him up, and the punish was another death for the Olaf.
Yeah, nice little chunk damage there. Yeah, nice little chunk damage. I'm surprised. Joker definitely could have, if he really wanted to, he could have flashed aggressively there to pick up the kill on a Karma underneath the tower. But instead wanting to save the tower just to focus on pushing out this lane. But yeah, that 2v2 kill is honestly pretty surprising to me because, like we said, both junglers are basically doing the exact same thing. So if as a jungler, you should be communicating your team like, hey, Lilia wants to just do a full clear, so she should be here at this time doing these camps. And for Fireflies to die twice, basically the exact same time on the camp return, is honestly either miscommunication or just not paying the respect that he needs to towards the enemy jungler.
Yeah, for sure. Can take some solace in the fact that he is up in CS. It's fairly sizable amount. Doesn't make up for the kill and assist gold that Crackers has in his back pocket, but we'll go and catch this wave and remain ahead as well. But that's going to be the first Drake of the game going over to Iconic. They do have a Hex Tech 1 in their pocket now, which is going to give them a little bit of CDR, a little bit of attack speed. That feels real good for Zeri, but that is severed. You're not getting out of that one. The stream is shuffle right into Cafe Mach 10. Zeta finally puts himself on the board.
Yeah, an unfortunate flash there by Severed. You are able to flash that Emperor's Divide ability to where you don't actually get knocked back, but fortunately did not quite have the timing there, as we do see a bit of a roam down here from Dan Crackers here in the top lane, but not opting in to go super ham because he knows that his mid laner was dead in the base platform, and Lilia was also off the map, so choosing just to go right back up into top lane. But Joker going aggressive as well as Kibbles, but not quite able to land that root there. But going right back aggressive is NKDA, but they're not winning this trade.
Yeah, Joker was out of ammo, and then he got exhausted, but he has a get-me-out-of-jail-free card with that Chrono Shift, and it could be enough. It's going to be the Flash Heal and the Karma Shield first, but Joker with the Flash 4th shot picks it up. A little bit of bot lane domination coming out from a team that traditionally plays the top side.
Yeah, really well timed here by Joker on this one. We're going to see the replay come through, but the Jinroot just barely misses there onto Snip My Dipper here in the bot lane. But they think they can win this trade, but Series only level 5 here. Both level 6s are coming through. Actually, level 5 to level 6 for both members, so really disrespectful by Iconic to go for the CV2, but well timed by Joker, flashing the auto tech there onto making sure the shield was going to time away on that one. But once again, Jungler has done all 6 of his camps, and he's right back to top lane. So we will see if Fireflies dies for a 3rd time.
Yeah, he should know that he's there as soon as he sees the ward get turned off by the sweeper. Does manage to get a nice freezable position, though. 4 minions extra. Normally you want 2 melees, but you can freeze on 4 casters. Dan Cracker's trying to break it, actually just going to make that job easier as long as Flans can hold it there. So, not going to crash quite yet. This Wukong's working really hard to get it. Flans can't go over aggressive, though, because Zohair is hanging around, and the crash does come in. Just need to hang around until he made sure that happened. And now it's a nice reset angle.
Yeah, Crash is able to come through He did kind of have his jungler in his back pocket in case Fireflies ever wanted to use his Ghost and Ragnarok just to kind of sprint at him. And also Dan Crackers does also have flash, so I think he would be able to survive long enough for Zohair to kind of help him if he were to kind of go aggressive. Sometimes in top lanes, especially, like, you have to play aggressively for your lanes and just like in order to play for it. But Joker is going aggressive here once again, not quite able to get in range there this time, and he did choose to go the Umbral Glaive first. It was a pretty common thing to go for a little while ago, as the root does land onto Incadia.
Yeah, but we have another fight in the top side. Our observer going to have to choose which one to show us, and it will be the top side where Dan Crackers falls, but now we're right back to bot where Snip My Dipper does indeed have that ultimate. The double bomb not going to land, the flash Q from Zohair, but look at that beautiful chrono shift right at the last minute from Kibbles. Snip My Dipper going to have to run on out of dodge as the Deadly Flourish just misses, but it's so hard to punish a Zillion lane, man.
Yeah, it's really hard to punish the Zillion lane, especially when you only realistically get to kill one target. But Joker's here alone. He is able to clear a wave enough to where he's not going to get dove here by Zohair. Zohair did use his flash, I believe, in that exchange to try to go for the flash Q onto both Joker and Kibbles. But unfortunately for them, it just was not quite enough to pick up that kill. And with the knowledge that Dorado getting Zeta does have, they are able to not only get a kill up on the top half of the map to kind of help Fireflies in his situation, but they also pick up their Rift Herald here for Coffee, and hopefully within the next 2 minutes they are able to spawn that to pick up some extra gold. Basically, that's really the only good thing about Herald before 14 minutes, is to kind of get the extra gold, depending on like how, if you get a kill or if you get extra pressure on the map, you're able to kind of use that for free. If you don't use it before 14 minutes, like if you use it anytime after, it's just not really worth the time investment.
Yeah, for sure. Gonna have to find a quick place to pop that down, but with the second Drake spawning in just 6 seconds here, it would make sense to try and use it mid to generate priority, give yourself an inside track onto this Cloud Drake, as the bowling ball not going to find any pins there. Flan's going to be TPing to the mid lane, doesn't have the Unleashed TP yet, so has to go to that tier 1 turret, but knows that this fight is coming, and here comes Cafe, full speed, but can't get through the cage, going to get poked just a bit, but the Deadly Flourish does find a root. No follow-up damage there, however, and now it will be Dan Crackers from the top lane, so it'll be the full 5v5. Zeri has the ultimate back available. It will be Hecarim getting the Drake, and the Zillion ultimate already used. It's the self-res coming through onto Kibbles, the shuffle to escort an exit for his team. So good from Shima as they pick off the top laner. Kibbles trapped in the pit, but he can just put that movement speed steroid on himself to run on out of dodge. So a team fight victory, no members given up, plus a Drake take for Dorado Gaming Zeta. They are staying very competitive in this game. They're up 1.5K.
Yeah, that fight honestly initially looked pretty good, from the start. Hopefully we might be getting a replay of that fight coming soon initially, because I kind of want to watch the initial start of that fight, because we see an instant TP coming from Wukong, so both teams wanting to 5v5 for a Cloud Dragon at 13 minutes is pretty surprising to me. But we see Veigar flashing forward, trying to burst the target, but nice ultimate coming in from Kibbles, and Shima living with like 10 HP from the Wukong, still doing so much damage. But I gotta say, Kibbles, the only reason you live here is because the Infernal Dragon destroys part of the dragon circle. It's the only reason he lives. It's literally because you can see the rift slowly being destroyed. So the fact that he was able to speed himself out of there because of Infernal Dragon, that's gotta be RNG.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, Orion. That's all I have to say about that one. Joker and Kibbles eating a little bit of a bad end of a trade, but they got that Chrono Shift right back up. It's one of the most powerful ultimates in the game, and it's not on a super long cooldown, even at rank 1 in the support role. So, Zillion definitely was busted before the durability update, and still is. I'm surprised we don't see it more in a meta where AD carries are so important. An enchanter that just gives one a second life, definitely a crazy pickup, but been played to perfection thus far by Kibbles in this one.
Yeah, Kibbles, I've definitely seen this guy play Zillion a couple of times now, and every time I've seen it, he's definitely been on par with it as well. It's also one of those champs that, you don't necessarily have to do a lot of damage like you mentioned earlier. Like, you don't have to max Q. You can just max E and give someone like a 90% movement speed buff and a 90% slow. I think it gets all the way up to 99, I believe, which is basically a root, right? So as we're seeing Kibbles and Dan Crackers trade pretty heavily, but Cafe is basically in his back pocket, and Lilia is on the bottom half of the map. So if they keep trading aggressively like this, they can just have Cafe go right underneath this tower. But unfortunately for them, they weren't quite able to use the Rift Herald before 14 minutes. So the only thing this Rift Herald is going to do is just take some damage onto some towers. It's not going to provide any extra gold into the back pocket because they did not place the Herald before that dragon fight ended up happening towards the bot side of the map. So a bit unfortunate Herald usage here for Dorado, but they are wrapping around on Dan Crackers though.
Yeah, it's Cafe who's going to get slowed up by that bowling ball, though, put to sleep by the Lilting Lullaby, but a nice buffering of the Onslaught of Shadows means an unstoppable over the wall where he can't get chased down, and they do secure themselves the first turret blood. It's about a 2.5k lead, a little bit less for Zeta. They are big chilling right now as Kibble's just trying to land some poke. Could play under turret on his lonesome, try and save some of the way for his AD carry who is resetting. It's a dangerous game, but when you have the Chrono Shift, it's almost worth playing.
Yeah, Chrono Shift definitely allows like one basically of your teammates basically like the entire game just to kind of play a little bit over the edge basically on any single team fight. So as long as he has enough mana for the Chrono Shift, which Chrono Shift does cost a lot of mana, I believe it's like over 100, maybe 150, something like that. So it is a pretty hefty cost in terms of like actually being able to use it. But most Zillion supports that I've seen typically build like they'll build that Forbidden Idol. That some supports even build tier, which I believe Kibbles is probably not buying tier this game because of how late it is into the game. It's already 17 minutes. But this game's going at a pretty slow pace, especially compared to last game. Like last game, we had a 20-minute Baron, and we had a 9k Goldie at 20 minutes. Like this one's only 2.5k for Zeta.
Yeah, it might be prudent to start those hyperscaling items on the Zillion, who is a hyperscaling champion, even down in that support role. The Archangels in particular, very, very synergistic. You love CDR on Zillion. It's oftentimes why you might see one go with Shirelia's Reverie, because that 5 ability haste per legendary item completion, definitely a big, big deal for a champion that can already manipulate his cooldowns. As we see the TP coming in from Flans, it's 20 seconds of this Infernal Drake. Zeta really wants to make sure they're set up for this.
Yeah, both these teams like to group around dragons, I gotta say. This is the second fight in a row where all 5 members are at a drag. And actually, no, Cafe's gonna go aggressive on mid here. Severed does not have flash.
Yeah, he does put the cage on in a fairly nice position, but look how much time Shima had to free hit Cafe. Drain tanking through it, but Sever does get away, finally falls. Now the Chrono Shift, used a bit preemptively, perhaps the shuffle nicely buffered through the sleep to deny Dan Crackers to seal his fate, as in fact he's forced to flash, but he still gets run down. Look at that ultimate opening up the curtain call from Joker, going to find so much effectiveness, zone so many members back, and now it's a free track right to the Drake for Zeta.
Yeah, nice pick-up attempt there onto Severed, because the initial play onto Severed, he did not have Flash. I believe he used Flash as the play was happening, but the initial pick with the onslaught of Shadows from Hecarim, from Cafe on the Hecarim was really well placed, and also Shima able to do so much. As we see the initial pick off here, we see Veigar just does not quite have his flash back up, so he ends up taking a lot of brunt of the damage here. He tries to flash over the wall, but it's just too late. Shima is able to land that Q, and once you get that initial pick, the rest of the fight is pretty easy. Just kind of keep going here. You can chase the rest of these members down with the Zillion speed up. The Hecarim speed up as well. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill there onto Zohair, but they still were able to pick up the dragon, the second dragon of the game for them, and they're putting themselves in a pretty comfortable position with the goal that they have.
Yeah, it's a wild, wild ride for Iconic at this point. They started off very strong, but since about that 8-minute mark, it's been more or less Zeta riding the ship and going where they please with all this movement speed. And I do believe Joker is going to be completing that Eclipse any second now. Yes, he is. He was waiting in base to get that gold, even picks up an extra longsword. So he is looking good in the neighborhood on this Jhin, going to be putting down so much damage with the Dark Harvest, and they can't even root up Cafe because of the movement speed steroids.
Oh yeah, this horse is definitely moving at a bit Mach 10. He also has the Kim Tank as well as his mythic of choice, so he's going to be extra zoomy alongside Zillion as Fireflans is chasing down Dan. He does have Ragnarok, so he can't quite be knocked up, my friend.
Yeah, no, he even used the...
Oh, he got him!
Oh my goodness, that Sunderer last hit was wild. Cafe, I don't think you can finish off Dan Crackers here. He has so much healing, you're half health. Oh my goodness, that's a bit of an int coming through from Dorado Gaming. They really overextended to convert on the Wukong there. It looked like maybe Flans canceled an auto towards the end. Can we get a replay of that when we do have a chance here? It looks like Iconic might try and go into a Baron take or at least set up Vision. They are on to Baron.
Yeah, Baron is honestly not a terrible choice, but it might catch off Kibbles here. Nope, he actually gets out of the tether here as TP is coming through from Shima.
Yeah, they are not going to let this one go over, and they do dissuade it from happening, but that was a bit of a wild ride on that top lane. In the end, it cuts that gold lead a little bit. It went from like 3K to back to that 2.5 mark it had been, so not like a huge throw as we do get this replay coming on in.
Yeah, it seemed to me like Firefly's like, obviously he gets a lot of initial chunk damage off immediately, but Cyclone still does good damage. He also has a Divine Center coming through and just does not quite have enough damage there. Unfortunately, maybe thinking back to the 11-1 game from the first game, maybe it's just going a little bit too hypey. But yeah, this Wukong, he has Conqueror, he has his passive, so he has so much healing as well as the additional armor coming through as well from that passive. So definitely the reason why he's able to survive the Hecarim damage as well. And Hecarim, he's not building any damage, right? He only has the base movement speed from his his attack damage passive that he gets from when he gets sped up, and then that's it. That's the only thing he's got. So once he uses that, he ain't got no more damage. So I'm surprised Cafe ended up going for that one. So like knowing he already had his passive and his Conqueror already stacked up.
Yeah, I love to pick a jungler that's not meta in the first place, and then use his build from 6 months ago, which has been hard nerfed like 3 times since they gutted Hecarim's base damage so hard and upped his ratios so you will build AD and stop building full tank because full tank Hecarim doesn't do anything. Insert delusional Malphite video here as that's a double bowling ball coming out, but not going to be followed up with a lilting lullaby from Zohair. Cafe coming through. Look at all that damage he doesn't do. He's just getting rooted up. Zohair is going to eat some of the curtain calls, though, but finds the sleep. That's double low health bars. Kibble's forced to self-ult, and look at the number advantages that Iconic has been able to make for themselves. Kibbles almost lives with a sliver, but now just the easy dive coming in. Can Shima find any sort of response? Yes, he can with the shuffle, but it won't actually result in that much. It's just one answer back. Flan's trying to find the chase down, and he will onto the sport, but how long can he live? He sets up the double kill for Shima. Now the triple. It's Severed versus Shima for mid lane domination coming through. He's continuing to go forward. He's trapped in the cage, but he forces the flash.
Wait, I think he's
Shima. What a guy! He's continuing this chase down as well. He's playing around the blast cone. Severed can get to his turret, though. Nothing further going to come. But Shima absolutely saving that fight like 5 times over, man.
Yeah, that was huge for them. Nice initial pickoff here, but just look, he's waiting. He's waiting for more memos to go, and he goes a nice Dorima shuffle into the tower as well, doing much more extra damage. And Fireflans tried to use his initial ultimate for the movement speed, but it does end up timing out, so unfortunately he does end up passing away as well. But still, a triple kill for Shima, and this Azir pick is doing wonders for him. And we kind of hyped up the Azir beforehand, saying, hey, this guy's a pretty good Azir player, and he's definitely showing us that that is correct. He is a really good Azir player. They also got the drag as well, but they got to get out as well.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Shirelia's Reverie. Even if they just sacrifice their support, it's fine, but they're deciding to commit anyway because they have the Chrono Shift back up. Kibbles does die in the end. It's a bit of an overstay. That shuffle, that was questionable. That looks much more like a library internet shuffle from Shima, as that's going to be a 3-for-0 picked up from Iconic. And I think that was just Zeta thinking they had a little bit more damage there than they did. Reeked of overconfidence to me.
Yeah, it just seems like obviously they kind of got stuck in the pit here a little bit, and you can definitely see the call is definitely just to kind of get out here. But Cafe just going a little bit too aggressive here as well, as also as Fireflans. They just don't have enough damage here just to really burst out the target without Shima doing consistent damage. And really, the competition for Zeta, they can just allow Azir, like if they kite into them, just let Azir poke them out and just do tons of damage, and then when they're low, then you can go forward, then you can chase them down. But if all the members are full HP, you don't have the damage really to just burst through them. Like you're a 2-4 Olaf, you're not 11-1 this game. You have to play with respect.
Yeah, Flans has to chill a little bit for sure. That was a fat throw angle that resulted in a Baron take while we were in the replay. So things are going to get a little bit harder for Zeta. I mean, the Baron gold does equalize things, right? It doesn't give Iconic a lead, but with this siege capability, they should be able to take this low mid-tier 1. I mean, if they can't convert on a 1/3 or less health mid-tier 1 with a Baron at 25 minutes, it's very questionable what they can do. But they have 3 tier 1s to target here, so I'd like to see them play on multiple lanes. I'd like to see them use this siege potential and start to pick up some of this standing gold and build a lead with this Baron buff, because as of right now, all it's doing is equalizing things.
Yeah, it certainly is equalizing a little bit here, and to be honest, like the lanes that they're pushing through, they might be able to get mid tower if Veigar does come, as we are seeing the Wukong go aggressive here. Chunk him to about 20% HP, so that is basically going to basically guarantee the top tower does end up falling here. Cafe is chilling in the back corner here a little bit, trying to see if he can get a sneaky play, but I mean, we've seen this horse a couple of times now. He is not very useful at the current state of the game. He is basically just a CC bot. So if he does go for a play, and especially without Azir, I don't think it's going to be successful.
Yeah, definitely could be a roughin'. And you know what? We were talking about it in draft, right? Maybe Zeta just want to have some fun. From what I understand, their mid laner is playing outside of the library, if Twitch chat reports are meant to be believed. So he might be in that Canadian summertime on a laptop sitting outside the library leeching their internet right now. So, you know, if this man's in that situation, maybe they aren't putting their biggest thinking caps on and really try-harding. Maybe they are just trying to have fun, and they can explain some of the lapses in judgment that this Hecarim and this Olaf have made, but they also have potential to win this game, right? Shima's still popping off. He has a 10-stack Darkseal, so I definitely want to see them focus up and not make plays like they did around that Infernal, where they really overextended for no reason when they could have gotten out.
Yeah, they are still in a decent position. Like it's only a 1k gold difference, which is basically just kind of been the fact that they took the Baron. With Shima is in a pretty awkward position, but he does still have the Sand Soldiers to E and use his Q to extend that E even further. So nice movement, dodging away from that initial bowling ball there to not potentially get swept away there by Zohair. So he's perfectly fine in the situation. You know, honestly, for Shima, for how he's been playing in this game, after he finishes the hat, I would love for him to purchase the book. Like, I know it's the 10 Magi's, like, it's the second you buy it, you might lose it, but at the same time, like, it's one of those items, like, along with Death Cap, if you purchase it and you pop off, which he has popped off in some of these fights, like, he can definitely 1v9 this game, and he's kind of in the position. Azir is one of those champions that if you don't just get on him and burst him and straight up, like, stop him from doing damage, those Sand Soldiers will rip you apart.
Yeah, for sure. We saw it, right, in the last game against Elemental's Frost, where Shima absolutely popped off, but now it's going to be another stand around this Infernal, but it's a very different situation than it was at the last Drake. It's not Zeta with the first move and all the deep setup. It's better vision for Iconic, and they're going to actually force the ult out of Shima early. They do find a Deadly Flourish, though, to get Dan Crackers knocked up. Cafe into the backline, but again, he doesn't do damage. Kibbles flashing so deep to get the double bomb, and they do pop the Chrono Shift. It's a horrible misplay. They just had to wait one more second. I don't know if it'll be enough to start the fight. But Shima over the wall onto Zohair, chasing him down, and he does get it. That's the jungler off the map. It's 2-0 already for Zeta. Are you kidding me? It's a 3-item Zeri with Infinity Edge, and she wasn't able to win the fight. They're onto her with the exhaust. They force the E over the wall, and they can collect their Infernal Soul.
That's a huge pickup here for Zeta. Like you said, Infernal Soul going over the way, and honestly, really well kited out here by Zeta's members. We saw the initial engage from Wukong as this replay is a little bit deep into the fight, but we see the amount of pressure that Fireflies actually have in this fight was really well done. But watch Shima gain so much distance over that wall, actually basically max distance for both the E and the Q there, along with the flash to secure the kill. Also, nice route here from Joker to also secure the kill. Actually, not even secure the kill, but to push Snip my Dipper out of the fight. And that is going to mean that the Dragon Soul, the Infernal Soul, all over the way as Zeta definitely does put them in a very good position to actually end up winning this game. Gold lead is dead even at the 30-minute marker.
That it is, and now Dorado have a nice shiny Uber buff that will stay with them for the entirety of this game to make their poke land even more effectively. When you have a Jin and a Azir, you can't ask for much more than an Infernal Soul with a 3-stack Infernal Drake. Definitely going to be hitting very, very hard. Question is their Siege going to be competent enough? As you pointed out in Champ Select, the composition for Iconic here not at all perturbed by kiting back and defending, right? They're pretty good at it. It's almost what they're built for, so definitely going to take a Baron buff you'd have to feel to make any meaningful siege onto the standing gold on the map for Zeta. And we will see if this stopwatch now sitting in the inventory of Shima could be a deciding factor in getting them to that Baron.
Yeah, sieging against Azir is quite literally impossible. Unless you find a way to like CC him or get on top of him. Like Sand Soldiers have so much range and so much like you have AoE attacks as well with it. So yeah, it's just not a good look. But it does look like they are going to the Baron. We saw last game Azir melts this thing. So, but it does look like they're being a bit cornered here. Look, oh, Shima got stunned.
Yeah, this is not too good. He does have that stopwatch. The Chrono Shift as well, sort of wasted. He's going to be put to sleep, but the Baron pops it. The wall is there, but look at the cage. It's perfect to CC him up. That's the exact shutdown they needed. It was such a split fight for Zeta. And the cooldown synergy just really wasn't there as Joker now forced to cleanse. A nice multi-man stun from Kibbles prevents the chase down, but now the Baron is up and ready for the taking. 40 seconds on the reset for Shima. Will have TP when he gets back, but I think this Drake might just be mincemeat, or rather this Baron will be gone by the time it happens. Flans hanging around. They found a nice route though. They take out the support, but is that enough? They don't have a smite. Flans going into the pit, just trying to prevent things from going any further, but now Joker caught in the middle of everyone. He's out of ammo. He has nothing left. He's trying to kite with the flash. They find the shutdown though. The Baron finally goes over. Those two members being dead might slow things down, but now Kibbles is not where he wants to be. He might be quick and speedy on this Zillion, but so are Zohair and Snip. They are playing very movement speed oriented champions and they will chase him down. So in the end, that's a 6 for 2 technically, because Shima died, everybody died, and then I think Cafe came back and died again. It was either 5 or 6 for 2. It was not a very fruitful fight for Zeta.
Yeah, definitely not the greatest result here for Zeta as well, but honestly, really well done here by Iconic. So hopefully we will begin this replay up here very, very shortly of how that fight ended up going. But honestly, the fight started out with Shima, for whatever reason, just being in an awful position as what he was. He got Vagar Cage, I believe, that right here. Just gets Vagar Cage. He's trying to do damage, but he's in front of 4 people. And trying, like, it's just not great at all whatsoever. And even for him, yeah, the resurrection does come through from the Baron, but he's just gonna die again because the Vagar Cage can just pop up. As we are at a pause currently in live, so I'm not really sure what that is for. But we're gonna watch the rest of this replay coming through. But yeah, it's just the chase through that gets to happen from the rest of the members. It's just so well done because they have Siri, they have Lilia. You just can't get away from those champions when they're basically like just. Like when Lilia has her passives going, her Q passive as well, like you just can't get away.
No, not at all, as it is cresting the 12 a.m. mark here, so I just have to take a big sip of my coffee. But I don't know if we're trolling, if we're having a little bit of fun in chat or what, but maybe Shima has to go and find another source of Wi-Fi to play with. I am not aware of how it's all working, but we are in the pause. When I have info on that, I will let y'all know what the story is. But I think an issue for Shima is there, right? That's not just the real life scenario that's putting pressure on him. When you're the big Fed carry for your team in a fight like that, maybe you're pressing a little too hard to try and get the damage out, and you put yourself in a position you don't want to be in, like we saw near that wall where he did wind up getting sniped out over it by the cage. So can definitely be a bit of a pressure diff.
Yep, absolutely. And to be honest with you as well, it has been just confirmed to us that it is indeed the case. Shima does have to run to another library. Funny enough, but it does look like each team is allowed to have 10 minutes of pause time per game. You can't. Well, since the fight is over, there's no obligation to kind of keep things paused. So if they paused during the Baron fight, that's a big no. So they had to wait until the Baron fight happened afterwards. Then they obviously could pause that one coming through. So I do believe, they have 10 minutes for Shima to sprint to Usain Bolt it to another library. I'm not sure, if it's like a mile away or like what the situation is for how close this library is. But yeah, honestly, you're exactly right. Not only for Shima, it's this is Shima's game to lose or to win. Like, he is perfectly in the position. Like, we've seen him solo win team fights, and we've also seen the rest of his teammates be a distraction enough that he can do the damage necessary. Like, Fireflans is starting to get tanky. Hecarim has been tanky long enough to where, he's not necessarily the most useful champ in the game in terms of damage, but he can still be very annoying in team fights with his fear and his very massive movement speed to basically cause enough of a distance for the Azir to actually do a lot of damage. So, obviously, Shima is in a great time, but unfortunately, we'll have to wait and see if he is able to get to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, as you say, 10 minutes of pause time. I do actually. This is for a a question for our old heads for CCS. This is my first ever gig with CCS through Nameless, which I appreciate very much. It's fun to be here. It's been a great tournament here on this Friday. I've been enjoying the chat and the community very much, being with you guys. But for you old heads, maybe you can explain to me. I love that one of these rules clauses actually has a name. It's named after somebody. Gregorio's clause. Pause time can be used at any time during the match process. This includes after draft lull, but before client draft. Who is Gregorio? Was he the first man to have to run to a library, perhaps between two phases of draft here? Anybody in chat got me?
I believe Gregorio, he is a former jungler of the CCS. I don't necessarily know the exact reason of the clause, but basically, he is a former jungler. As you can tell, we are spamming free Gregorio in chat because he basically went through 3 or 4 teams. And he got benched on a couple of teams. He got subbed out. Teams it just didn't work out for him. And he was a pretty solid player. So everyone wanted him to play for a team. I'm not really sure why it's named after him per se. But yeah, for sure. But yeah, he's a former jungler of the Plat CCS.
All right, well, Plat jungler. I mean, if all else comes to worse, somebody hit up Gregorio. He can come sub in for Shima. I'm sure he'd be a fine Azir player. As I do think we are going to take a quick break here, just because we don't want to talk you guys off, talk your ears off with more really exciting subjects like reading through the CCS rulebook. So we're going to take it to a quick break so that we can cool down a little bit, and hopefully we will bring the end of the finals match to you after this. We will update you as soon as we have any more information, but we will be right back. We have a game, folks. Shima did it. He did it. He found his way to some more internet. So the finals are not. Oh,
wait a minute.
No. Oh, Patui, what's happening now?
Hopefully it's not a long pause. Hopefully. You know, honestly, like, you know, you gotta give some credit where credit is due, right? Like, this guy is straight up, like, sprinting to places just to find Wi-Fi to win a tournament that does not matter. You know? Like, in the grand scheme of things, this tournament does not mean anything. Because it's lock-in, right? But, it is really cool to see for Shima to just straight up, like, just start booking it to places to, like, try to finish this game out. Because I gotta, this would be a terrible way to end the night. I gotta say it.
Okay,
thankfully, we're back.
Again.
Thank God.
Oh, we'll see if it holds true this time around, if the connection is back for good. But we got to refocus a little bit here, Orion. We've lost our way a little bit because there have been many sultry distractions. We've had internet issues, we've had pauses, we've had gamer words. There have been many things disrupting the focus. And thankfully, we get this little freeze after the pause to reevaluate, but it's about 5k the gold lead for Iconic. Thankfully, it is an Infernal Soul point, or rather, not point, an Infernal Soul buoying the damage for... Oh, and now we have a scoreboard bug. This is wild. Okay, it's back. We can see the items.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the heck just happened? Okay, well, nice root landing here by Joker. They do open up the curtain, but unfortunately it's going to go right back to close because he only hit one bullet. But yeah, this game is, even though it's a 5k gold lead, Infernal Soul gives your team like a decent amount of gold value, basically. So in retrospect, the gold lead is about even in terms of like what both teams have to offer. So obviously Iconic has the more outright gold, but Zeta has the 3 Infernals. They have the proc that you get when you do damage. So they're obviously, the 5k gold is not necessarily the best, but the real kicker is 45 seconds from now when the Elder Dragon spawns, right? Elder Dragon is going to provide either team the ability to just outright win the game right then, right there. It's like, so when that thing spawns, that's what everyone is slowly going to start gravitating towards. We're probably going to see Dan take this tower, start sprinting over there. He does have TP, so if he wishes to base in TP for an item, he so can, if he chooses. Starting to see some elixirs come through. Like, I see one for Vhagar. He also has Stopwatch. A couple things to keep in mind. We've got Stopwatch on Wukong. We've got on Vhagar. We've got one on Olaf. I think that is it in terms of overall stasis ability. We do have Zionus and Zillion as well, and Lilia. So lots of stasis. Everyone has flash, I believe, except for Wukong. So and Joker for ADC, actually, and Kibbles as well. So those 3 people do not have flash. So this fight is going to be a banger. This fight decides who wins the diamond lock-in here for this one, as we are seeing Fireflames might get caught out here.
Yeah, that was a nice flank from Dan Crackers. The cage is all that's needed. Chrono Shift can't even be used. The fight is over before it has even began. That Deadly Flourish not even close to connecting. It will be a stopwatch for Fireflames, but he's ticking, and he will fall. Shima tried to get some damage out, but unfortunately, that's 2 members down for Zeta with this Elder easily in the sights of Iconic as now Hecarim. This is like that scene from X-Men First Class. It was like the slow motion scene. Finally, we're back into movement as Shima, the Shadows find some fear. Can Shima find the damage? Can he buy the time? He flashes the cage. There's another blast zone available, but he's been put to sleep. Look at that movement with the soldiers, but it's not going to matter in the end. It's still the full ace. It's still the victory for Iconic. My man Shima ran from library to library just for that. And that will be the TP coming in, but maybe the end angle isn't quite there yet. Zillion's back up. Olaf will be soon, followed by Jin. The Elder's still available, but they haven't gone for it. That's not horrible wave clear, but it will at least be an inhib cracked, possibly 2. I mean, things are still very, very hard for Zeta, no matter what winds up happening.
Well, I will say the 2 inhibitors is probably better than the fact that, Iconic could have just reset and went towards the Elder Dragon, as we did see Shima DC. He might still be experiencing some internet problems. I'm not really sure what he's using, but still try to slap some bases here because Dorado is like sprinting to the Elder Dragon. I think.
It looks like no, Shima is TPing in. Flans still stopping the backs. They're trying to burger flip it at Elder, and it might not even be that big of a flip because Flans is still stopping the backs. He will finally fall, but look at this. It's going to be Dan Crackers, but he can't get the Elder. The Chrono Shift comes through, so this Wukong should just be toast. He's going to go into the Guardian Angel, but once that is gone, he can just be burst out by Shima. Snip My Dipper going for the ultimate, going for the damage. This is a late game there. It's going to do so much. Yeah, Vigar's in the base. If they can stop the backs, finally it can be ended. That's 2 members onto the Nexus turrets, and that should do it. I don't think Joker can stop it. He's going to have to flash onto Severed, and he can't do it. He's going to actually force the stopwatch. Meanwhile, the Vigar just keeps hitting from max range, and that's it. Iconic take the tournament. They have done it through this long journey. Zeta, once again, just fall a little bit short at the finish line.
Wow, what a way to end it there. Honestly, both teams played that out pretty methodically well. Zeta, they tried to stop Fireflans tried to stop a couple of bases on the top side of the map. They tried to go for that type of play, but Fireflans unfortunately did end up dying. And then when they went to the Elder, Vagar and Lilia were like, hey, Zohair and Severed said, you know what? Let's just go for the base. Let's trade Elder Dragon for Nexus. And, thankfully for League of Legends, the second you kill the Nexus, the game does not matter. It's just over, right? So, unfortunately, even though Elder Dragon can be a game-winning buff, it does not matter if your Nexus ends up falling. So, congratulations to Iconic Ascension here to pick up the victory for the CCS Diamond lock-in in this one. Congratulations. Really well done all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a nice run. In the end, Shima, sprinting from place to place just wasn't enough to convert it for Zeta. Iconic, is it Ascendance? Yes, Iconic Ascendance.
Yes.
So many of these teams have such random adjectives for their second, for their individual team titles. I always forget. Iconic Ascendance, going to be your champions of the Diamond CCS Lock-in Tournament for summer. Very well done. And unless production reminds me of an obligation we have to an MVP vote or anything of the sort after this final game of the night, I think we are ready to send it off because we are both tired and sweaty, and I'm sure everybody is just about done with pauses and all that sort of stuff. So as long as I have the confirmation to send us off, I think we will be going. Anybody? Okay, production doesn't know either, but he wants to go eat, so... Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for watching tonight. Big thanks to Orion, who absolutely smurfed it as my colorcaster. Big thanks to Mr. Fantastic, who was an amazing producer as always. Big thanks to CCS for putting the tournament on, letting me cast it. It's always fun to do some casting. Everybody, have a great night.